okay. And I'm trying to get him to say, no, you wanna have it open. when it's raining." And he won't say it. He keeps saying, no, it's gonna be close. We're gonna enjoy the patio. I said, I can't vote for this.
Yeah.
It's impervious. And Walter agreed and we voted against it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm sorry, but nothing personal. This is
Yeah.
what it says. You went
That's
over your-
exactly right. If
Yeah.
you can close it, then.
I was
it
walking my dog this
Yeah.
morning and I walked past her house and it was the first time I was able to see into the backyard. I think a tree had to be removed. And I saw it and I thought about you telling me that story. So I just thought about that this morning.
Yeah. And also there's one condition that they said nobody can ever meet. So why do we have that?
That
Which is
was
ridiculous.
And that's, I sent,
Which is that
an
one?
email.
It's, can you still enjoy your property without this? Basically. And they all said, you know, it's like, yeah, you can. So you
not
can't
the
be,
way I want to.
that's exactly right. So it's like, but it gets, you know, the board member has to really struggle with it, you know?
Right.
And so that's a little,
And that's what we need to do, we need to look at the
Oh,
500 and see.
10.
And that's right.
that one needs to be adjusted, I think.
You did.
And then I think also, well, I think I'm gonna suggest we do a work session on it, so with Jerry.
Oh, I didn't figure that out. But I can open up one of these. Here.
I could put here.
All righty.
So if you want video.
We're still waiting on Councilmember Young, so we're giving him another minute or two before we start.
I don't think that's plugged in.
Oh, it's not? Oh.
No, I'm sorry, guys.
I've got 48%, so I'm okay.
You can also charge against my laptop.
Yeah, I'm probably, I got 48%, so that's good.
Want to do, you want to do this thing? Let me just bring it
Just keep it out, just in case, yeah, yeah.
You have a problem?
So we had I saw two comments. Any
There are
more?
three comments.
Three comments, okay,
The council meeting. I don't think there's a work session.
okay.
They're all about.
Sorry about.
So Austin Petzolai, okay.
You need to be on this.
Deliveries.
So
Yes.
you're on SB public.
Logic would think so they could.
Garage, Loki's garage 2016. And then.
Hey, Barb. Corbin really enjoyed his conversation with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He asked me for the attorney's number. And my response to him was, well, let's
That's gonna be.
like, if you want to talk to Barbara, go through whatever he's, and I just had this whole message. He's like, I need to talk to Barbara. And I was just like, oh,
No.
like our attorney is Barbara. You know, like our ex-mayor is also named Barbara.
I don't. break
So,
the whole thing.
Okay. I'm like, we don't have our attorney also works in, but that'd be an expensive proposition.
Well, that's why, you know, we don't.
Yeah. I saw that and I was just like, I actually texted him. I was just like, hey, Corbin wants to talk to Barb. I'm like,
To the office.
can I time box it? Like, give him an hour? Something? And you're just like, nope.
On the website, you could find. So I was getting personal. Search and find things. Really the new website. But these was trying to find a plan and I couldn't find it. And.
Right, that's so.
If you don't
You
mind.
can't, if you're looking for
then we'll-
agenda items, you gotta search in Laserbeach. You can't search on the website. Because late, the website, we're not posting things to the website, so they're not. Yeah. So I'll send you, I made a little Google
I texted him.
thing. Let me send that to you. Because I've been using it a lot to find old stuff and I've actually been able to, find, especially if you have like the address.
Like,
The address
you
was-
said you want old information, you have to go here, if you want new information, it's there.
But now it's like, if you're looking for, especially if there's any kind of council action.
Yeah.
You want to look in Laserfish, because that's where everything's loaded and it does a actual text search.
That's
I'll go see it.
Sure. Absolutely, character recognition.
The agenda builder is
Different, something different.
in-house.
Okay.
It's us.
Okay.
And then we upload it to.
He's laughing, there must be a reason he's laughing. He's like, it's us, oh.
We are the agenda builders.
Yeah,
He said, whoops, be there in a few. I mean, how long do you think this is gonna be?
Get started, Ken.
Can we
Got a
get
quorum.
started, Mayor?
Yeah, we can get started. We'll let Councilmember
I've
Young.
already,
speak.
I've already.
Okay, great. All right, so, Council, are you all ready?
Gotta replace the boards on that bridge.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
On the bridge. See, I.
Well- All right, so the time is 6:05 PM or 5:05 PM, on the order a work session of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas, for Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. And this is a work session on discussing the financial software. We're going to start with public comments. If anybody wants to speak at the work session, we'll take public comments at the beginning, but we're not going to take public comments during the actual agenda items themselves. And then there are no actions of the work session as a reminder, council, but it is potential direction to staff for bringing back future action items for council consideration. So with that, please step up to the podium.
Barbara Wilson, 33 Pillow Road, also the public works administrator of the system. I was asked to speak tonight, and I talked to some of y'all about this in regards to history of the software. So imagine a 30-year-old Sunset Valley, and we were running off from Excel street of spreadsheets and Lotus 1, 2, 3, if y'all remember that. And manual paper books, and we decided to, go to software. We called around, and at that time, Tyler Technologies, INCO, was, well, just about every municipality was using. And the reason being is they had developed a police and warrant system that no one else had that, worked like it did. And they were the only ones approved by the state of Texas Department of Public Safety to interface with their criminal database. So all of us were going to INCO. So the plan was, we looked at it, we shopped all their different models. And we decided that we could afford to get the police and system and the warrant system. Then the next year, we got the warrant system. And then in that same year, we got their utility billing system. And the plan was, as we could afford it, we would keep moving along. And so now, jump forward to a 60-year-old family. And we have 12 different types of accounting software. For those of you that do accounting software, we have a different payroll software. We have, the encode for certain modules. We have something different for public works. We have something different for the meters. None of these softwares talk to each other, except for the encode modules that we have. So it creates redundant work and pretty high level cost employees per hour. It causes mistakes. Okay, double entries, are not getting posted at all. And we are all now with the encode version that there is not as much support, because like all other software companies, they have moved to a cloud, which offers a lot more features. In theory, offers more security, but also offers a lot more data storage. And not depending on us to have all of these various servers and redundant servers so that we do not lose data. So I cannot recommend enough that just work efficiency wise, accuracy. That we look at moving to the cloud version of Encode and that we integrate these softwares into one company software that talks to each other. It's different modules. You'll have better and more accurate financial statements. You won't spend the hours and hours and hours that Kyle and I have been just trying to reconcile a bank statement just because of the way the system works. The software system that we have for the main part of the accounting is saying that it's antiquated, is being overly polite. We really need to transition for, our future and for our data storage and for cybersecurity, work efficiency. It does have a price tag, but like all other softwares, you get what you pay for. So I just wanted, and if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Yes.
Yes, so when did y'all move to the MIP system?
That had been in place.
Okay.
Right.
So that was in
Uh,
place.
Even before the Encode and.
Okay.
It was considered at the time a governmental software.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Okay,
If you have sometimes someday, I mean, even for someone who doesn't do accounting, I can sit down and show you how really bad it is.
gotcha.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes. Mr.
So with the recommendation that's in the work session tonight, would we keep OpenGov? Would we delete OpenGov and go straight to type?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
I'll cover that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Oh.
Yes.
Sorry.
Is there, is there a way in this presentation to kind of see what y'all do, how difficult it is?
I mean, we didn't really design it that way.
It progressed over the years.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't design the presentation that way.
Okay,
But
okay.
I would invite you,
Right.
I mean, if you guys.
And that's fine.
Spend a few hours with Kyle and, look at MIP. It's,
I'm sure that as we're talking about it, I'll describe process.
Okay.
I don't know if you really should.
but any other questions for Barbara, especially maybe about the history? We'll get into the detail of what we're recommending and talk about. We'll address that when we go.
So she was just going through the history of software in the city of Sunset Valley and how, yeah, okay.
Thank
We're gonna
you.
go into much more
Yes,
detail.
thank you.
I'm just giving you the history of what the original plan was.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're gonna move on to, unless there's any other members of the public to speak, we're gonna move on to agenda number 3. Where we're gonna discuss the potential action on the current accounting, financial, and related software issues and the staff recommendation for the implementation of an Info New York Pro software like Higher Technologies. That I'll hand it over to staff for this item.
Sure. And just as Barbara was saying, I kind of, I spoke with her earlier. She offered a good perspective. I mean, I've been with the city now for a long time. My very first job in the city was accounting intern, and I cut the checks for the city. And I remember using MIP. So, I mean, MIP has been around for a really long time, and so has Encode. But again, the two systems have never spoken to each other. And then every subsequent software that we've added on also doesn't speak directly to Encode, right? Or excuse me, speak directly to MIP. So payroll, for instance, payroll right now, we're using a company called Asture, and they've been, I think we've been using them for a while. That also does not feed directly into the accounting system, requiring tons of journal entries every time there's. So again, that's why all of these discussions in I came up with this word for the cover page, a patchwork of software system, and that's meant to be a negative. It's very convoluted, and you can tell just over the years we needed something like, oh, we'll go out and we'll find that software that can then service this need that we have. So we just keep adding these softwares, but it's not comprehensive, and the softwares don't necessarily speak to each other, leading to lots of just extra time and data entry and manual entry, which can also lead to errors. OpenGov, I think we could talk for hours about why we got OpenGov back today, right? But let's not focus on that. We got it. And as what everyone needs to know is that all OpenGov is, it's a reader. So it sits over our current software, right? And it reads that data, right? There's now other versions. There's other companies that have it. Tyler Technologies, who, if you hear the word Tyler, that's Encode. So Tyler Technologies is the parent company of the Encode software. Tyler has its own version of, it's like a financial transparency tool. It's called Socrata.
Okay,
And that's why I listed it in the backup. We could say, well, let's just, for now, let's focus on the financial software, or we could say, hey, add in the Socrata. So when the quote was prepared, that was prepared as like an additional if you want. That, right, that's the second part of it. Well, it's like, I believe it's the last, very, very last page. Also, just as an update, and I really apologize for this. Kyle and I have been working on this for weeks, but we're trying not to, once we posted the agenda, not change it. So you have an updated cover page, because unfortunately, what was not included in that quote, what was not included in that quote, that was also not reflected on the page. So the quote is for Encode ERP Pro 10, and Encode ERP Pro 10 includes financials, human resources module, permitting module. I believe those are the main, those are the main modules. What was not included in the first cover page that got published back on Thursday was our current modules, which are utility billing and court, upgrading those to the ERP. So right now, those are, we're using Encode version 9 for both utility billing and court. And what, as a part of this whole package, is basically changing it now from where it's on an actual physical, that data is on an actual physical server, moving that to the SaaS, software as a service, moving that to cloud base. So there is some additional cost, because that's an additional, it's like $20,000 a year compared to the $10,000 it is now. So the new cover page has the.
So Matt, can you go ahead and just line item which software modules that 67,968 includes?
The 67,000 includes basically all the software that we need for accounting, which includes financials, payroll, human resources, permitting, utility billing, court, municipal court,
police.
the lead, budgeting, and then and then the 85,000 would be if we wanted to add the financial transparency.
Okay, so that's the difference.
Another thing, and again, we've been talking, we have a rep who, has been answering questions. And so and Kyle has actually demoed the accounting software, and I'll let him, if you have specific questions about that, because this is really the main reason why we're doing this, right? Is for the financials. But there's a lot of other benefits, and I think, useful modules as a part of this whole Encode 10 ERP, but we don't necessarily have to use all of them. And as I understand it, as we implement this, we can say, well, yeah, this is really helpful, or no, we don't really need that. That's a $2,000 a year cost that we just simply aren't going to need, right? There's a lot of different services built in this Encode ERP 10. For example, one of them is the My Civic Suite, which has the utility access interface, where I think Kyle knows a little bit more about it, but essentially where residents then can log in online and see their a lot more features as far as logging in, paying your bill, seeing your usage history, because it integrates the bills, the systems are all integrated together, and it's all cloud-based, so yeah.
So a couple of follow-up questions. So just for clarification, Barbara also mentioned that we're using Encode for we're using it for court, but we're also using it for like warrants and
Exactly, public safety.
so public
Nothing
safety.
in this, but public safety.
So with this, we would be moving to a new version of public safety with this, they wouldn't be going to like cloud version of public safety software.
Well, we would be going to the cloud version of Encode.
Of Encode, which Encode doesn't touch police, so that Tyler
Okay.
Technologies, y'all have use RMS,
That's all Tyler Technologies.
which is Tyler Technologies, but not Encode. So Encode is almost like anything non-public safety related is Encode.
Okay.
This is not affecting the public safety now. What does need to talk to each other are Brazos, which is another subsidiary or under the umbrella of Tyler, and what Brazos is our ticket writers. And so Brazos is used by the police officers that they, they take the ticket writers out with them, write tickets, print the tickets, give it to the defendants, and then they come back and then plug it in, and then that data then uploads. So that data from Brazos interfaces with Encode to then populate the tickets for them to be processed.
And it'll interface with either the current version we have, which it does, or the new version.
For the new version, yes. And already I'm gonna say we're doing a server migration now, and the snacks have been with Encode, because again, they're kind of shifting their focus. The version we have now is obsolete because it's still
Server.
part of my, server based versus the SaaS versus.
I think it's also worth pointing out that stuff on the cloud is gonna be more secure than stuff managed locally. I mean, you guys are not expert system administrators. There's a lot of people out there trying to make these systems that happen in a lot of cities. I would be a lot more comfortable if we're on the cloud.
We had a conversation with, we have quarterly meetings with Univista, and so we had a quarterly meeting, and and obviously Univista would need to be with us for this whole process, right? It's essential, right? Because they really handle our data administration, and just talking with them, they've been with other cities that have gone from Encode 9 to Encode 10, so they have experience with this. They recommended it from a security standpoint, also from just a backup standpoint. We're working on, right now, we're working on getting like T-Mobile hotspots to be our backup Wi-Fi, to be our backup internet. So that, because essentially when you're moving away from the hardware version of the server to cloud-based, your internet goes out, you kind of can't do anything. So to prevent, you have a backup internet source, which is T-Mobile, which is basically a hotspot, but that's not for main internet, that's like a backup kind of emergency internet.
So just another clarification on the numbers,
Yes.
just based on what's listed here, we're paying approximately $23,730 for OpenGov
Correct.
on an annual basis, and so
Correct.
so Grata would be a cheaper alternative, possibly because we're getting a package deal, possibly because it's just a different.
Correct, and so Socrata would be a cheaper deal, and again, we haven't really had time. Kyle's been focused on the financial and accounting software, because to me, that's the most, that's like the basis. This is really why we're doing all this. Jared Barber say, you probably heard multiple staff members across here say it might be, it's just not a good song. There are other, I kind of need to look at what some of these other modules are. Because maybe there's something that could be into Open Town Hall, right? Because if Open Town Hall goes away, we lose Open Town Hall, which right now is kind of our main, citizen feedback, unless you come in person. But who knows? Maybe there's a way to, I don't know, maybe there's something within this, I don't know, Civic One suite that allows for that kind of community. There's definitely.
Some amount of that.
You're also gonna keep OpenGov for a year.
We are, so
you've got a year to look.
we're re-upping OpenGov, which will get us through February.
Okay.
Because to be honest, Kyle is used to OpenGov right now as far as the functionality of it. And that's how we're just playing with courts now. It just seems kind of it seems kind of hasty to just dump it now. And also the past two budgets have been created in OpenGov. And so just to have that like history and continuity.
It's kind of a pair with MIT.
They're very much linked right now, MIP.
The mistakes we made in the transition of OpenGov was not taking a year to transition. That was a rocky. So I think it's a good idea to have a transition plan. When you go still available.
And we have to remember too, like, we're, any of this implementation is also gonna be in conjunction with our normal operations, right? So that has to be thought about, right? And so thankfully Tyler does have, I mean, they've done it, they're professional, they've done this before. What cities probably haven't had any, Tyler, and then they migrate all the data over. I think we're fortunate in that at least our utility billing in court is already in code. We're just upgrading those modules. And then what they'll be doing is just getting all of the data from MIP into the Encode 10 ERP to launch us forward using the accounting and financial software. And what's built into this is at least 2 years or 3 years of coverage. But we want to go back 5 years, just so that we have that.
That's good. So, can you talk about the training, their training program?
I've asked for, I've tried to get more details on the sales rep. Because particularly around like the time frame. So it would, all that I've got out of her is, it would be online. And, I forget which portion, maybe the financial would take like 6 weeks. So and that's probably the bulk of it. So, if you expand that out, maybe 3 months would be the time frame. But
I've always thought that Tyler Tech, years ago when I kind of took over court duties in 2014, I was trained on Encode 9 to use court, and their training has always been really good. So what that version was it's like a phone training, and we were like linked on computers, but it was like a week-long training, and she taught me, basically how to run the court. And so I feel like it would be very similar. It would be, form like weeks of training with phone support, but with a technician like on,
That would be real critical, because I know that we used this software for our billing, right? Utility billing. And then I also understand that there was a way to really make it much more efficient, but we didn't know how to do it.
Yes.
And so that's what I want to avoid. We
Yes.
want to be as efficient as possible.
yes.
And so I would not want this training shortchanged in any way. And so, so if y'all could come back with that information on what all the training would entail, and to make sure that every staff member who needs a training gets that training.
More
So-
detail on training.
Mhm.
Univista also asked, fortunately the sales rep didn't get back to us, but Univista said you need to talk to a sales engineer. So it's like, they're gonna have more knowledge than just a
Mhm.
sales rep.
Yeah.
Univista also has kind of technical questions about how this is all gonna work, and I want to get the two of them talking to each other. Because they know, Univista knows all of our technical details, but that's a very good point too, is how will the training work? We need to make sure everyone that's gonna be using it receives the training they need. And my idea too is, in this quote is a permitting module, right? Which that's a question of, do we want to go with Tyler Technologies, then with Encode permitting, then, the permitting software and the accounting software are the same, so they're gonna talk to each other. As I understand it, my permit now is definitely cheaper than their development, software. Let's see what they're.
How much does that interact with financials?
Well,
Permitting.
of course, other cities. And you can kind of tell, other cities have definitely been going with my permit now. I think it's a cheaper option.
Okay,
For example, Rollingwood, they just recently got in, they got the whole module, but they kept
They
my
stuck
permit
with
now,
the
they didn't go
permit
with their
now. Okay.
development. Alamo Heights, they use all the modules except for permitting. And there's one more. There was one more too, maybe it was just those two that use. They decided to keep my permit now as opposed to going with,
that,
Encode. But from my experience, I haven't been thrilled with my permit. build out was never done, and it's been very frustrating. So to this point, I haven't even really taught Jerry my permit now yet, because like, if there's a chance we can go with something else. I kind of want to demo
Yeah,
Tyler's.
okay.
But again, I think the idea of this is to go it's supposed enterprise one, right? Like, I think one of the benefits to this will just be having all of our, software kind of under one.
So, the My Permit Now stuff. I remember you being frustrated that like the sign form was just never done, and so they got to do it in a weird way. And so where was the breakdown there?
Well, and they kind of told us, oh, remember that training day, oh, do all this, and then I like did a follow-up question, because they gave us instruction to basically go in Excel and build out what you want your applications to look like, and then, I did basically, and then had some follow-up questions and just made that. It's pulling to get something, to get a response, to get things done, which is not, ideal.
Right. So,
I mean, again, it's inexpensive, but maybe it's worth it to have.
right. With OpenGov, it's again, the open town hall, and then there's like the stories aspect besides the financial transparency. And we don't even really use that.
The stories I do not like. They're very hard to use.
It's a strange product.
Much better to use our website.
Every time I get sent a link, I don't know why it is a thing. So yeah, we can put those. Granicus also has, I think you're interested in code for all this stuff, and as much stuff as we can get, that's cool. Granicus, I remember when we talked to them, I think they have some sort of message boarding system.
They do, but I wonder how useful it would be. Well, it might be useful. It depends. If it can integrate with our calendar, if it can integrate with our web calendar, right? The events on here.
Yeah.
Then I think that's something worth exploring. If it doesn't, if it's only linked to their agenda builder, which we don't use, then it doesn't really make sense to go with that.
Right. So Granicus did the website. So if we can, I want us to, it doesn't have to be all under one, but we have a lot now. Just this list is bananas. So I was also going through the Tyler website. There's a citizen asset and management request. No, sorry, asset and citizen request management 311, because we don't have 311 right now. So if we can look into that module as well. And
That's part of that My Civic app.
okay, great.
Yeah, so residents will be able to notify Public Works that there's a pothole, manhole cover open, and it would go to whoever's responsible for that. It would go to the app on their phone.
Okay.
And we call the main line. If on the weekend, leave a message, check the message.
Right. The old 311 we don't have anymore,
Oh,
and
okay.
I think Granicus may have one.
Yeah, we have a service.
We have an
Yeah,
online
okay.
service request, which just kind of goes to an email. This would be,
Right.
again, every employee will have an app, right? And that will be evaluated into what their job entails. And so theoretically, then the service request can go directly to the employee via the app using their, what's it called, the free.
Yeah, which is closer to the 311 that we had before. It was more like that.
Cool. So were you gonna say
And
something?
I was just gonna say, like, of course, Tyler Technologies, it's not perfect, right? No software system is perfect. But I think just from being Kyle, just when we were calling around and when I've been talking to other cities, even in my classes that aren't on this list, yeah, everybody uses Tyler.
But you're really copying and pasting numbers from one system to another.
Yeah, and our purchasing system, I mean, we would now have a PO system that everyone has access to that talks directly to, right now, our PO system is, we create the POs on PDFs, and then, like, it is not an ideal purchasing system.
Yeah.
It's a lot of in-house payroll. I mean, Kyle can talk. That's what I'm like, do you want this to be a complaining session?
Well,
about all of his, the intricacies of his job related to payroll, related to purchasing, well, purchasing, that's more on Lori. Oh, also, I'll say Lori, Comstock, utility billing and account payable clerk. She worked for the city of Utah. And so she worked in utilities and purchasing kind of. Oh, she had some of both, and she said it was much more seamless in all of their
Yeah.
financial modules. And utility billing and purchasing were in code, much more seamless, and she not a fan of MIP, and that's what she's working in. For accounts payable.
So just two more things. We're doing a server migration right now.
Yes.
How far through that?
We're very far, so that's what kind of a bummer that we just did that, but those servers were achieved in light.
We have other stuff on
Apple
it.
said
And we have other stuff on those servers, right?
we do.
Like
We have some public.
The irrigation software is on it or something?
Yeah. But what
Yeah.
Apple said is that Robert Apple said is that we could then really evaluate the next level. And then at those servers end of life, we can really evaluate, do we really need servers? Do we really need servers?
And, okay, so, and how much was that project? Because that's not so bad.
It wasn't that bad, but it's funny that a lot of it has been, the hangups have been trying to get the encode
Yeah.
of it because. Yeah.
Yeah, so my takeaway, or my kind of direction for my part is just, let's just try to reduce the number of vendors. So yeah, get all these into Tyler, go to Granicus and see if there's anything that we can pick up over there to get rid of OpenGov. Oh, yeah, yeah. And then there's one more. My permit now, yeah, so let's just make sure that they don't have any modules to add that. I don't know where the 311 makes the most sense. I guess if we're getting it for free anyway, if it's part of a state, but if it's part of one of the package deals with Tyler, then I guess take it.
So a couple of follow-on comments and questions. I think overall this is overdue. Talking to Barbara, talking to Lori, talking to staff, this is a compounding problem that weaves its way into lots of different issues that we've had, like with budget, with journaling, with how do we get an accurate snapshot, and also just like the manual process, even digitize certain things, but like 3 years ago we were like doing a lot of paper stuff still, and now we've just gone to like digital version. This almost seems like too good of a price, right? That's like my first look at this is saying 70,000 and they're going to do this, right? Which I can't believe that that's the low quote, right? Or that's the quote that they're giving us.
We're being recorded.
Because when I look at this, the effort it takes to lift to a new version of software, to implement new modules, to conduct training, and that's like a big deal. It seems like a bargain. It seems like it's one of the things that at that price for me, it's like, a no brainer, right? Just in terms of like, if I would have expected a much bigger price tag, from my experience, kind of in different software, but just from the implementation side. So I'm pleased with that. Very, very happy that they taken the quote. I think it's going to be everybody underestimates the challenge of this type of project. Right. It always takes longer. It always becomes more complicated. The devil's are in the details when you start looking at, like, they probably don't know MIP necessarily well, or maybe they have some experience, but it's not, that's going to be the difficulty, is that we're going to probably have some roadblocks that we need to have some, risk mitigation, risk management, saying what is the extra cost that we can anticipate? Do we want to invest in extra training, extra sort of like hands-on help, support as we do this transition, which might increase that price tag a little, but it's probably worth just considering it worth the investment.
Yep.
I would say that, we need to be careful about, leaping into something just based on the promise of it performing better than something else, right? So I think not so much on the accounting. I don't have that much concern with MIP and the accounting side. I'm a little bit more cautious about OpenGov and abandoning that without really seeing what their software can do and how it might be better, how it might be different, right? So we can evaluate that. Same thing with my permit now, right? without knowing what their software does, we can't really truly say if we want to jump and do that. And is it worth just completing the investment in Micro right now because we're already starting that process. And I think this is just cautious about, until we know what the full capabilities are, and we can do that assessment, just to not say go the full gamut, but I think the accounting is the area that we really like to prioritize and focus on.
So we need some more, we definitely need some more information. What all does that training entail? That 70,000 include really, we think, kind of the hands-on training and implementation that we think that we're expecting. And is that 70,000, is it, I think is that like, are we locked in for a time? The implementation takes longer than time to know.
I don't want it to be a my permit now situation where we think we've guaranteed,
Yes.
An implementation, and it turns out, no, they reached the limit, and now we have to like renegotiate this, and it becomes a sort of like, now we're already invested, so it becomes an issue. And I would like to spend a little bit of time, I think it'd be useful for me, just to understand, Kyle, some of the process, what an example of like, this, we talked about it in sort of general terms, but I think some specific examples of like what you go through with the different systems or what Lower goes through. We can talk about it just verbally, but if it's if you want to prepare something more extended, that's fine too. It'd be helpful for me to understand that, provide context.
Yeah, and one of the things John said about, I think the software would help a lot with is just me interacting with the employees. So, the onboarding documents, when we get an employee now, I send them an email with 15 PDFs attached. They have to print some and save some. They print them and sign them by hand and bring them over. Might lose them on the way. I might, they might give them to me, I might lose them, So, and then I have to scan them in, save them in a part, we just created a file structure on the server to get changed by anyone anytime. Et cetera, et cetera. There can be multiple folders with the same name, they can put it in the wrong folder. I think I lost it, et cetera, et cetera. And that file structure isn't attached to anything, that's just something we created. So, one of the things that they, with their document management is, employees themselves. They're safe. I'm not sure. I haven't gone through this training, but I'm sure there's an employee portion of the software where that file is not saved forever. There's no way for it to get lost, and it doesn't come out of the open where it could potentially, some social security pistol or something like that. That's really great. It would be really great. But yeah, I can prepare kind of, if we're gonna meet again on March 7th, I can try to get more information, kind of walk through a process that we do now, how we do it now, and how it would improve. And kind of do a couple of samples.
Yeah, I think the key things that we do repeatedly, we spend a lot of hours on, that we expect to save time on from a, one process workflow compared to what we expect it to look like. That would give a better sense of like, we think that this is worth the investment just from a, capturing, the feedback that you guys have given us. But just saying like, okay, we do this task, and the example of the task would be, payroll, right? And here's what I do for payroll currently, and where there could be some manual entry and this kind of steps, and here's how we think payroll would work in the new system. It can be just as brief as that, and just sort of an assessment of saying, we do this task every 2 weeks, and it takes X number of hours to do it, for the current software, and we expect, with Tyler to, I don't know if we want to get into hours estimates, because that may be some information we can't really capture right now, but just to explain what the current process is, and maybe that gives us a sense of like how much time we're spending on some of these steps. I think it'd be useful backup, just from a decision for council. I can see the value in this just from knowing, how, discussions with the staff, how these things take time, but I think documenting that would be helpful for the residents as well, right? Just seeing, why there's a genuine, benefit to some of these processes that we expect to change over.
Rob, you had your hand raised before too.
That's right.
Rob has his hand raised before.
Yeah, so you said you were trying to go back 5 years, right?
Yeah, I asked her about it Historical data, she said that, let me just read exactly. Typically, they go 2 years with the current year. And the additional years are historical views, but they can do 5 years. So that historical views, I would imagine is like just a summary, annual summary, maybe monthly summary of the data, as opposed to actually migrating that data.
And this is probably for you, like, how useful is not you on council, but you in like what you do for a living, this kind of stuff. How would you use 10-year-old information, or would you even? And-
Historical data is really good for budgeting and forecasting
Yes.
purposes, but
Yes.
in my thing, maybe, I think we talked about this, but maybe it means you can't go back and make actual entries into those years, which we should have been doing anyways. for this year.
Right, those years are closed.
Right.
It's a feature, not a bug.
You, all of the data that inputs from those general ledger codes.
Well, and so they're importing it into Tyler. Like, I'm gonna download, anytime I get rid of a piece of software, I'm gonna download everything I can. Right. And store it.
Okay.
But that's
Yeah.
great that you want to do that, but do we have those anywhere? Like printouts,
What?
not printouts, but just any of that data that was in this old software and now it's just gonna
I'll just go.
go away?
Without me on, because it's on us.
It's on the
That's-
servers,
That's what,
right?
but theoretically, again, then that's what we just need more, when they say historical views, as long as those
Like,
codes.
yeah, but
all those
we-
data from all those
are we just gonna
channels are-
keep migrating that server every,
Until we say it's been 10 years.
yeah,
Well, yeah, financial.
that's actually what I was getting to, is just like,
Yeah.
how long should we want to keep?
That's why I would be more comfortable with this, just. We just need more information on, okay, what is historical views versus the 2 years that comes with the package.
And I don't care if it's not in the system, but I feel like we should have some
So-
Able to
record.
access. Occasionally, we need information.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's just,
Yeah, we would, I mean, we would do probably our.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes. There's a few years of actual data that you can reference. And then 5 years of the historical views, what's that? So that's
5 years would be just something.
additional years. So I asked about 5 years.
Okay, yeah, we need more detail of what that means and. Because especially as far as our budgeting goes, we like to go back 5 years and get past 5 years,
Yes.
so we can know. Teach trend forecast.
So, what's your timing on this? I mean, we're, into February here and budgeting is going to start pretty soon. And so what are your thoughts?
The goal would be to get it to be setting it up while we're using the current system for this fiscal year and then start next fiscal year. Right?
That would be the goal.
That would be the goal.
When I asked Univista kind of on the, what do you, he said, well, that's really pushing it. We'd have to really just jump the gun. He's gonna be busy with audit and then budget, and on top of all the normal duties, plus potentially training, implementing new software. So, there's definitely gonna be some
Yeah,
current, there's gonna be, it's safe just to say, you know what, we're gonna run these 2 systems for one fiscal year. That's one city, not that's on the list, but another. She's the HR director. She used to be in finance, but she said, oh, you should run the 2 systems side by side, for a year. And as Kyle said, oh gosh, it's a ton of entries because, but theoretically, then there's a lot of less entries for encode because the systems are all. How that is.
Well, supposedly we can import data into Encode, so essentially we're just running in our current system and importing the data into Encode for, if we can
But
get.
then doing more doing things like payroll, doing that in the encode software. Because you're not doing payroll in MIP, right?
Right, yeah, I think get that set up immediately.
Just get rid of that.
yeah, that sounds like a discussion with their engineers or, to go through and come up with the timeline on how to do and what backups and all that. So that would be helpful. So
And why not have a Tyler representative here?
Yeah.
Answer some questions.
that would be
The
great.
person who knows software, not the sales. rep.
Sales engineer.
The sales engineer,
So-
yes.
We would, again, it might not be ready for action. we'd like to get the ball rolling. We wanted to bring this back on the March 7th. Budget finance is going to talk about, obviously, we're going to need to do a budget amendment to transfer money for the acquisition and implementation. We established, have some more research to do. Tyler, they need to get more information to us, but would you all like potentially to see this back on the 7th with the representative from Tyler?
Yes.
Or sometime in March, on March 7th.
So do you want to go and then?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. I want to echo a couple of things that the mayor said. Natalie McCullough, having been through processes like this before, where we're migrating from one system to another, it is always harder and more work for unexpected problems. So you need to have a really good plan. And you need to have a contingency plan for rolling back. Things go wrong. Also, software companies have become very much like airline companies and hotels, where there's all kinds of technical charges that you didn't know about. So I would research those very carefully. Because I've gotten that surprise before where, like, for example, when you talk about migrating data back for the 5 years, make sure there's no extra charges for that, or at least know what the extra charges are.
One of the accountants that I talked to when I was doing a survey that asked other cities about their accounting processes, one of them said that they've been thinking about moving to OpenGov, and they had just transferred to Encode 10. So we're like, oh, we can, we should meet up, and I'll show you how I use OpenGov, and show you the 10. So, yeah, I'll talk to the about getting a Tyler rep at the next meeting, and also thinking about maybe having that accountant show up to give a use case. Kind of.
Well, they're not going, they're not reports. They don't like to. They're getting rid of, well, they're not getting rid of it, but they're just thinking about getting OpenGov so that they can have more, financial transparency. But we don't like it, might be important.
Quagmire.
Yeah.
I have one more point that's not related to software, that's organizational thing. Fine.
Yeah,
but-
this is the big one, and it's, yeah, go ahead. Take it away.
Okay, unless they have any questions about the software.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say I'm in favor of synchronizing all of this stuff so that one program talks to the other, and I know our stuff is antiquated. What I think to echo what Mayor said, a report, looking at if our goal is to eliminate all the manual entry, right? That's part of the goal, that this redundancy that we have. In looking at, okay, what does it take now? And what is our expectation once this is implemented? What will it look like? So what's going to change? So what's current and what's going to change if we implement this? And the other thing is, I'd like to see when it comes back, a detail on the training timeline. Like, what does that look like? And how many months is it really going to take realistically? And how much training are they going to give our staff included in this? And then also, I think it's a really good idea. I'm glad you talked to some other cities, because when I worked for organizations where we were changing software, it really was helpful if we sent staff to another agency that was actually using the software we were looking at, and you could spend some time with them one-on-one to really get a feel for, is this right for us? So I think that kind of time investment would really be helpful to make a decision. That's all I had.
So the other item that I think would help a lot is to commingle our funds into one pool bank account. One of the questions I was asking accountants of other cities was how do you handle transfers? So, I describe our process over here before, it's a very annual process, involves multiple people. And they kind of just, they're like, we don't do that. I don't know what you mean. And I describe the process, like, okay, we don't do that. We just have all our funds are all in one bank account, and so if you make the entry in the accounting, that's the end of it. You don't have to then go and make a transfer. So it really
One thing, maybe, I don't think a lot of cities have like unbalanced. I mean, great thing for something about, great thing is, I think I know why it was set up, like, oh, you know, because it's fun, like the venue tax fund and the street fund, but.
So we talked about fund balance, so yeah, it seems like the way that when we set up the accounting system, the way that council at the time wanted to see the fund balance was they wanted a separate bank account, and whatever was in that bank would be the fund balance. So when we report fund balance now, we report a bank balance.
Mhm.
But really, the way the fund balance should be is there should be a fund in the accounting system, and it's created by all the entries making to that fund, and the fund balance is in the accounting system. And it doesn't matter.
The accounting system takes care of that, you know,
Right.
they take care of it, it's the coding and it takes care of it.
Coding, yeah.
So then it really becomes textual as our, you know. Savings account almost, right, that's where all the large fund balances, so that's, you know, that account that accrues the interest, and we have the operational accounts in Wells Fargo, where we're transferring money when we need to. You know,
Mhm.
pay vendors, pay, you know, pay people. You know.
So how many bank accounts do we have?
Right now, we have. Wow. We have a different textbook account for every fund. We have a utility account in Chase and a general fund account in Wells Fargo. And Chase is a terrible customer service. So I've been trying to transfer the Chase account to the Wells Fargo account. So now there's a Wells Fargo utility account, but I haven't been able to do that. So that it's just sitting there.
And again, the due to new fronts, which, you know, we're trying to
It's a lot of-
resolve, but it just keeps getting behind because that process of transferring money, you know.
Do they charge us to transfer money?
Chief then gets, has to get involved, through the transfers.
They don't charge.
Okay,
So we have some other efficiencies to deal with.
It would greatly improve this.
We wouldn't have this whole due to new front reconciliation nightmare,
Yeah.
because that would all be done in the accounting
Thank
system, not
you.
manual
Yeah.
transfers. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
are we?
So Kyle, I'm surprised you haven't quit, so.
So are you bringing back a proposal for us to look at?
Yes.
Good.
And I don't really know, we kind of did a little bit of research, but I don't know if it necessarily says that in our financial policies, that we have to have a fund for, or bank account for every fund, so if that's something,
I don't know.
you know, I just need to, if it does, finance changes. Yeah,
Well,
it's changing.
So I'd recommend it goes to the time. So a couple of, what I've heard is that your council would like to see some more information, and want details on the training. We wanted to see if we can some process, you know, comparisons, right? What we expect for some of the big process, you know, manual steps that we take now. I would recommend for that last question about funds and bank accounts that we take that to the budget and finance first, right? To get their feedback and maybe bring that back as a separate item.
And that really is a separate from the, that's gonna improve, making that change would improve us no matter what accounting software we would have. And that's not set on their February agenda, sorry, it's their meeting Thursday, but we can have them look at that in March, potentially bring back, for change. And
I also think that I like, if we have time, and I don't want to hold us to, like, I know we would like it to align with our fiscal year, but schedule will kill us if we try to adhere to a certain schedule and then we take shortcuts and things. So I think that the parallel sort of, you know, management of the fund seems like an idea that we want to go back to other cities, you know, and Tyler, just kind of flesh that out from a scheduling point of view. But I really like the idea, if there's time for Kyle, if there's an option for you to go to a city with that, you know, in code 10, to kind of sit down with them and kind of talk over the software, what they like about it, what they don't, and see if we can get some experience to bring back. That means that I don't think we can get that on by the 7th, but it may be more like the 21st that we kind of plan for this, so we have a little more time to gather information. But it depends on what it takes us to do.
I'm thinking with some of the more detail we need to have more conversations with Tyler. I'm thinking March 21st is probably more.
Right. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to push to get this done by a certain time. I want to do it right, and that's the important.
Yep, that's the most important.
And we want to know what, like, make that, when we commit to this last month, you know, we don't want all these things. Oh, well, now you know this, so that was great, that's not. Like, yeah, we know this is gonna be a cost, we want to pay that upfront and not be hit with. The someone which makes it less appetizing for you all.
Right.
Council, anything else on the work session item? What I suggest is, when we close the work, we'll take a couple minutes just for, stretching and things like that, and we'll get started with our agenda. But thank you, staff, for putting this information together, and thanks, Cal, for coming in, and working with us as we look at this as an option for us. So we're going to go ahead and adjourn at 5:59, the work session, and we'll pick up the regular council meeting here in a couple minutes.
Walking through City Hall today?
No.
At some other time.
We did that.
We did it already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Virtual furniture option.
But yeah, we're looking at it.
Yeah. It's just like, okay. What is?
God, no, I can't.
I recognize it. See when you guys. Okay, great. I think. Comments that we've done so far, and I think so far that's like said. So, there, that's all that there's. Oh, no. Yeah. I work in the city, so that's my day. Oh, sure.
Yeah, she will just like. They're probably. Yeah.
All these settings.
Time for a new iPad.
What's wrong with it?
It doesn't. I'm crazy. Hey, Jerry.
These
how
are
are
big
you?
guys. I got some more being made in the back. That would be right out. Oh, but these are just on Open Town Hall. Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Cool, thank you. Oh, you're that kind of guy. He just takes all the fun stuff.
All the good stuff. I know, that's what
my
I do.
favorite, like,
But I did.
always like my.
We have little ones.
I didn't end up running that.
You did? I thought you and Catherine.
Yeah, and then I went, had a New York trip and And instead of running, I just drank my face off for 3 straight days, because I was there for work, and like, there was like a very specific like team building offsite. And
Well,
so,
the zoning.
yeah.
regulations-
You'd be like a week later or whatever doing, or a couple of.
Oh, yeah, I just, that week I was supposed to go up to like 10 or whatever, and instead of. I came back tired, then I left.
Did Catherine run it?
She did.
That-
That's always, like, usually one of us will run, and then the other person will like take the.
Just to watch it, or like.
Well, so we'll do it so that girls were able to see her run 3 different times. Like we were on South Congress, and then we drove over to right across from us. And then we took them up to.
With my name.
Usually are, that happen, I did a full couple times.
Yeah.
Nothing more, I can't do anymore either, that was. 10 years ago, something I did it, maybe 10, 12 years ago. Great, thank you. Actually, I'm thinking now. Maybe. So we actually, so we had kids. We did like, running groups, that used to run text now, it was like, road running, we did like the road running program. Training for a couple of. And so I did. It was very fun. 2 years, yeah, 2 years before kids. It's been long. Yeah, they usually like 2 miles.
Yeah.
It's like. That takes.
Yeah, I remember when Catherine and her son, we'd be over in New York.
That they can make a
We
donation.
would go out, or I would go out Friday night. Right in or whatever. She'd wake up before I woke up and. And then come back and I'm just getting out of bed.
Right, sorry, we extended our break a little bit. Matt, are we okay to go, or are we?
Everyone from staff is here. Wait on.
Okay, because we're young.
Well. Yeah, we started a little late, but.
Does who presents the quarterly?
Chief, is busy then.
I will go find him.
Okay. And are we?
We're live. So just, you just want to give everyone a reminder to speak, loud when you can, right? All right, so
We're gonna get started. The time is 6:07 p.m. I'm calling to order a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas, for Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. And as a reminder, council, because we're in our our temporary orders for council meetings, hopefully that it gets resolved in the next few weeks, where we can actually go back to our council chambers. Just because of the acoustics in here, we're trying to speak loudly and clearly so that folks online that are viewing can listen in and hear us. But with that, we're going to go to our second agenda item, which is public comments. And just as before we get to public comments, just as a note for council and for other members that might be listening, we do have a time certain item at 7 o'clock. We will be breaking for that item. If we're in the middle of the discussion, we'll try to transition to that as close to 7 as we can. And that's agenda item number 10. So with that, we'll open up for public comments, and members of the public that wish to speak, please do so at this time.
Yeah, Melissa Gonzalez, 26 weeks. I have 2 items that I'd like to speak to tonight. The first one is the time certain item. I was here for the zoning meeting, And there were some things that sort of concerned me. Most of them were addressed. But during the course of that, one of the things that got brought up was that they were basically talking about a medical facility, and it became possibly a hospital. And that there really wasn't a difference in the code according to our staff. But then I wonder what the difference is between that and a shelter. And if it was presented in the shelter, that the response might have been a different thing. And I just want to make sure that when something gets here, I have the ability to enforce that it is whatever it was we said it. Right? So the creep there, the potential creep, which I've seen a lot of these cities, we don't nail it down, is we give permission for one thing, then it expands into a larger thing, and then it can expand into yet a larger thing. And I think that's a concern. And I don't think that that really got really addressed in zoning. As far as we got to, was to say, potentially seeing how many animals could be on site, given the state regulations, and I don't know whether we've done this or not. But that's my concern about 7 o'clock items, and I hope that gets addressed in staff reports. But I'm concerned about the budget factor, and I'm concerned that zoning didn't get enough information about being able to bring that in. But I think if you presented it as the farthest thing, we might have had different answers. So that's that. Now I want to go back to things that y'all were discussing in the workshop. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the discussion. I thought they were really good questions, and I thought they were really good. But I want to just talk about my experience in Open Go when we acquired that software. And I really appreciate the idea of people slowing down, because I think had we slowed down, we might not have had that software at all. I was contacted by a different entity that was allegedly contacted but was never contacted, and chased all that down and everything else like that. So what I want to say is I think it's really important that we look at, not that we know it is coming, that we look at 3 different systems. And I'm a big believer in the rule of 3 in terms of getting your bids. And one of the reasons that I think it's important is because your pricing comes out. And I had not looked at this, but I'm speaking just theoretically. So I'm not saying we don't have good pricing. I'm just saying that one of the things that somewhat horrified the rep I was talking to was the percentage of our budget that we were spending on Open Go. And that was very unheard of. And that a lot of people, when the numbers are low, it's because you have a small budget, and they price it on the percentage of your budget that this is going to do. And so, especially with the small cities, so I'd like to know, which I never got the information, even though I requested it multiple times, what other cities are paying for this product that are of our size, because the percentage of the budget wasn't a factor. And then the other guy was talking about it. I believe how much you guys are paying percentage of your budget. You know, and so I think that's a significant thing. So I'd like to look at comparable systems. And another person who was here, who was very knowledgeable, said, look at other cities of your city. If Open Go was all that good, they ought to be using it. So what are people our size using? That to me is a really logical question, and being successful with it. So let's see. So I like the idea of us surveying what everybody else is using. And happy with, because why reinvent the wheel? And I want to know not only what are they using, but what are they paying for? And I think that's really important. And it was very difficult for me to find that. And I was working with the staff at the time, so I wasn't getting it, but I even tried to do it on my own anyway. So I think all the other things that you said were great. I'm available for questions, but I think I probably went out of my time, so I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm happy to answer anything about my experience if anybody has questions.
Thank you. All right, Council, I don't think there's any other public comments, so we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is the Public Safety Committee quarterly reports. And if you want to take on presenting this item for council.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the Public Safety Committee is a committee that this year we've agreed to meet at least quarterly. So we don't meet as often as the other committees, but we actually try to schedule them as much as we can, especially if there's an issue that comes up. Over the course of the fiscal year, about 8 key issues have come up that we're working on this year. Speeding on residential streets, traffic hazards in school zone, parking in the meadows. It's it's in that sign, in that area that's covered by the new sign. Wrong way driving in the villas. Decreased community outreach from the police department, particularly, with youth. There's more young people that have moved into town. And some of the members would like to see the police department interact more with the young people. I have them on there. Camping, panhandling, trespassing, unrestrained dogs, and aggressive cycles throughout the city. And then junk vehicles in the village specifically. And over the course of, we've already started correcting some of these or proposed solutions for those. I'll go over some of those. We initiated the trail officer, community officer position, it's a part-time position in the police department, and specifically that position closes the loop on issues like animals at large. For instance, today, I got another complaint about someone with unleashed dogs on trails frequently. And instead of just sending out an email to the officers, hey, be on the lookout for this, I can send out the part-time officer to contact that person complaining, give more specific information on where it's happening, when it's happening, and then he follows up with me on that. We talk about it every time he's here. Over the course of this year, I think we've written 7 warnings, 1 citation for unrestrained animals in the green belt. And that also takes care of any, a lot of times residents, they want to talk to a police officer about something, but they don't necessarily want an officer to respond on duty. So we've been following up on some of the complaints related to trespassers or suspicious people that maybe the residents uncomfortable about calling them. We can go in contact and explain to them what that person might be doing. We work with Public Works to purchase speed signs. We've had 1 installed on Jones, and then we kind of got Public Works has other tools. Thinking of this week, we will have 1 installed on Sunset. They've been really complaining about speeders on their street. Eventually, every street, with the exception of Countrywide and Stearns, will have one of these signs on their street. And these signs do a really good job of slowing down people. And you have to be a pretty persistent speeder, or let's face it, a resident that lives there. It's a not slow down. We are working to get the striping done on the streets. We're gonna do that on Jones, School Zone, and then in the villas to make it more visible that you're not supposed to turn left as you enter the villas. Those are in progress. We've partnered with our community coordinator to have more classes here, more programs. We've already had 2, the CPR and the business lunch safety program. We have more planned for April. We have the Easter scavenger hunt, /egg hunt coming up in April. We are working on a behind the evidence / solve the case for probably junior high, elementary age children that we're going to have here at the police department. We'll do a program on how we take fingerprints, kind of what they see on TV, how it's done in real life, and then we're going to put on a quick little done it using the skills that we teach them. We'll try to get them to figure out. We'll hopefully, I think they can get like a merit badge for attending if they're a Boy Scout or Girl Scout. So we're working on that one. Of course, we have blood sensors coming. And then I'm working with Dakota about this ongoing problem in the bills about the abandoned / junk vehicles that are particular events. That's going to be a long process. At least he and I are kind of strategizing on how we can effectively do it. Our committee is probably a little bit more casual than most of the committees, but I laid this out to show that we're actually getting things done. I think even the members sometimes wonder what would be accomplishing. But actually, we're working on all those things that they've identified over the course of the year. Just doesn't, it's not happening as soon as it comes out. But we're staying pretty focused on at least getting those things done. So Any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna add a two to your list. In the meadows, we have discovered that pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles don't get along.
Right.
Right at Lovegrass exit onto Brody, if you're trying to exit left, you have to look left,
Yes.
right, trying to watch traffic, so you can jump out and then turn left. Then you also realize that you're in the crosswalk in order to do that, because you have to pull far enough forward to see down Brody, you see, because some of the cars are coming pretty fast. When you're in the crosswalk, then a bicyclist comes along and
Yeah.
lets you know that you're in the crosswalk. One just recently did something, scammed my husband. He slapped the side of the Tahoe, laid his bike and himself down to make it look like he hit him. But you can't hit him when you're parked and you're stopped and he's on the side of the vehicle. And then he said his cell phone was underneath the vehicle, and my husband looked, there was no cell phone anywhere. He then later produced a cell phone with a cracked screen, one little crack across it, and said he bought it at Academy for $40. By the way, I went to Academy doesn't sell cell phones at Academy. So we know it was a scam. But he was right in the fact that Randy wasn't watching for him, as I wouldn't be watching for him, because you're so worried about hitting a car hitting you, if you're looking left, for that traffic, you're looking right, and you're doing this constantly, and then you got a pedestrian or a bicyclist to watch for too. I went back and looked at the entry again and again. There's 3 freight myrtles with many trunks coming out that make a fat spot. If someone's lined up with that view, you can't see. I'm not recommending taking down freight myrtles. What I would suggest is that, I hate to do this, another sign, a sign that says caution pedestrians and bicyclists. People at the intersection are watching traffic. Please watch people at the intersection. There's gotta be another way to say it, and someone said maybe no, and I'll have to send it to you, but it's basically asking them to be safe for themselves, because we're too busy watching the traffic as it is. It's scary just getting out on traffic.
We get back when exiting the shopping centers as well. But most of those are one-way streets, as you exit. The bicyclists are riding against, they're not supposed, they're supposed to ride. They're running against. We've had, I know 2 that I remember. Someone else hit by a car, kind of laid their bicycle down, same thing, exiting the shopping center. And I'm like you on the side, someone we're gonna have signs everywhere, but this is kind of the same issue as with the crosswalk there at Brody. I'll look at those bright green signs that in the streets over in down Brody, that neighborhood. They've kind of redesigned their crosswalks and some of their exits with these bright green signs. They kind of catch your attention. At some point, though, we're going to be all signed out here in Sunset Valley, but it's something that I've already kind of started looking at, because I've had a client from people that visit the shopping center that have been kind of shaken up by a bicycle just zooming by as they're getting out. So it's definitely an issue. Of course, it's one of those things we have to catch. To cite the bicyclists, and some of them are aggressive about their rights as bicyclists. So I in the car, I'm not surprised that some of them get pretty angry. About cars being in crosswalks.
Have you ever been down William Cannon between Westgate and Manchac? There's like those medical facilities on either side. They're in those old stone buildings. And interesting the way that they do that, and this is more of a public works thing, is the sidewalk kind of like cuts in, and then you have a crosswalk further back, so it's almost like a car can be in that, make a decision situation, and then the crosswalk is, behind them. I don't know if we have enough room, and I'd have to take the shopping centers to be involved, but at the Meadows, certainly, you can almost like kind of cut in and try that out.
Yeah.
We have the CPR thing in here, and that PSC didn't really work on that. You just did that with Danielle and that was,
Gotcha.
but it's omitted from here, but again, it was not a PSC thing, but a Flock event here. So Flock is the company that does the cameras that we have, the plate readers and everything else. And we had 30, it was, yeah, this entire room was filled with officers from as far away as, I saw Llano in there. I don't know if that was the farthest. Okay.
Wow.
And I thought it was a great event. It was put on by the Flock people. They bought us barbecue. It was really good. And I forget who the barbecue was from. Oh, Black, Terry Blacks, yeah. But it was just great to see this room used for its intended purpose. And I think it made us kind of look really good. And we were definitely the farthest, probably one of the farthest cities out as far as using that technology. So I thought that was a great event that you guys had here. That was it.
And we talked, one of our officers talked to CPR class.
Mhm.
Daniel.
Any other questions for the Public Safety Committee quarterly report? Thanks, Chief.
Good job.
All right, let's move on to agenda item number 4, which is consideration of agenda items for approval on consent. Councilor Rosinger.
I move to approve on this agenda item number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 11.
Council, the motion is to approve on consent item number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. Any, I want to pull those items. Pulling item number 11.
Well,
Yeah.
They have a lot of people. They have a lot of people coming.
But we may have members. That
Oh,
wish to speak.
It doesn't feel right just setting that one on. Okay, sorry. We can do a quick. Yeah, sorry.
Any other items that council wants to pull? All right, is there a second for the motion to approve on consent number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9?
Second.
Second by number 1. So all those in favor?
Karen.
It was Karen.
Sorry, Karen. Oh, Karen. Okay. Councilmember Medicus. All those in favor of approving on consent item number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, we approved on consent item number 5. Consider act on the approval of the minutes from the February 7th, 2023 regular meeting. Consider an act on approval of proclamation declaring March 2023 as spring cleaning month in Sunset Valley. Consider an act on acceptance of the 2022 racial profiling report to be submitted to Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And I think the one correction I had, Chief, that wasn't actually part of the official report. It was just part of the back of the council. Is that correct? So we don't need to make that amended approval, right?
That was part of.
That's part of the report. I think it was like, okay, there was one with corrections, I think, just that I submitted those earlier. And then number 8, we should consider act on the award of the janitorial service contract for the city with Ambassador Services pursuant to RFP number 010320023A. And item number 9, approval of a participation agreement with Town Bridge for the construction of a water line project at Stearns Lane and Highway 290. Once reviewed by the city, or the city attorney completes the review, I think is what's recommended by staff for that item. For number 9, the Town Bridge agreements, I think the recommendation is that legal is going to complete their. Correct. All right, and council, since we have jumped ahead in our schedule, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation since it's always a nice activity to do. And so I want to pull up the agenda. All right, so for spring cleaning month, this proclamation by the mayor and the city council of the city of Sunset Valley, Texas, declaring the month of March 2023 spring cleaning month. Whereas a community-oriented spring cleaning month is the most cost-effective way for Public Works Department to serve the citizens of Sunset Valley. And whereas the removal of dead limbs and brush from the residences of Sunset Valley is necessary to control pests, reduce fire hazards, and promote the health of trees and shrubs. And whereas Travis County and the city of Austin accept the otherwise non-disposable hazardous waste generated in Sunset Valley free of charge. And whereas recycling saves the state of Texas millions of dollars in disposal costs, generates jobs, is recognized as the first and easiest way for Texans to get involved with taking care of Texas, and saves tremendous amounts of important resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas, that the month of March 2023 shall be Spring Cleaning Month, in which the Public Works Department will promote a cooperative citywide effort to encourage recycling and facilitate in the removal of bulky refuse and hazardous waste from the residences of Sunset Valley, Texas. Right. Thanks for Public Works for always coordinating that every year, and looking forward to that event. So council, we have a time certain item at 7 o'clock, which is agenda number 10. And then we have two items which are likely to or might draw some members of the public for comments. If we can, let's go ahead and move towards our agenda item number 12, which is presentation and discussion of possible action on the new furniture options for City Hall renovations. And we can use up the next 30 minutes on that item. And we can always take a break if we get done with that item early. Here for 10.
All right, for 11, there's a lot of people online. Is that all the people for? That's mostly countrywide? I don't know what I was expecting, but I'm surprised that there's not more people here for 11. Okay.
I'm sure they will be.
But I mean,
So yeah,
I think based on the text,
I'm good with
based on
all.
the text,
if I'm going to discuss, I would like to have the applicants.
Correct.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and jump up to agenda number 12, presentation, discussion, and possible action on new furniture option for City Hall renovation. And I think this is gonna be Carolyn that you're gonna take this on. All right.
So we've been looking at different kind of furniture options for City Hall, kind of trying to bridge that gap between what, we had before, we became more of a rustic kind of look, but also bringing it forward to be a little bit more, I don't know, modular, so we move furniture around and different places and build it fairly easy. So we came up with kind of like a idea, or we can do that has like a kind of a furniture layout that we can and trying to make things as mobile as possible. So like the table would be tables and stuff would be on rollers, that kind of thing, so they can move around. And start looking at probably maybe not a high table, a little bit shorter table, actually something more split level table that has ADA requirements too. So just some ideas, trying to incorporate the colors that were kind of in the logo more, the oranges, the blues, things of that nature, things of that there. The building totally has been painted at this point. So just trying to give a little bit more color. So came up with kind of a design layout that we thought would work to kind of create something that's pretty functional. Things would be fairly easy to move. Things are kind of multi-purpose, either storage or they're like they can be used for seating or like a table type thing. So it's a little bit more functional. And so these are just ideas that we're putting together and kind of we put some pricing with that. That would include putting furniture in the lobby, putting furniture back in the conference room, furniture in the office and go back into those office spaces. There's a couple tables I think we're looking at some like council chambers so for staff so they nest and move pretty quickly and easily out of the way. There's a question we had regarding chairs, like in the conference room and chairs in the council chambers. So I know I think Councilmember Reese and I discussed, some chairs, like people want to be able to sit comfortably, but we also need things that stack and move fairly easily. So one of the things, so there are options out there, like there's a restaurant seating and things like that, they're fairly expensive actually, like $200 a chair. But we did find that there's a whole variety of what they call church chairs that link together, that do all that are upholstered, that are used for real look, that are relatively inexpensive. They're actually a much cheaper option. And they are stackable and movable. You stack 6 or 8 of them on there and you got a chair dolly. They're super easy. I can move 6 to 8 of them by myself. So there's that option. So one of the questions I guess we were looking to consider is there was one time we discussed putting new chairs for seating in the council chamber. If that's an option, we're going to kind of look at and explore. And then, we are also still waiting on a council dais to see if there's another dais design a little bit more meaningful that we can do as well. Have not heard back on that as of yet. But I think what we would really like to do is we put together basically kind of a budgetary number of what it looked like the cost of doing all these different components. We could, it's really hard to just go to an office furniture place and say, first of all, you can't get rustic. Really, it doesn't have that kind of look to it. So we can't just go like when we did these buildings and say, oh, just put the design together and do that. So we're kind of having to personalize this a little bit more than with that. So we put together some cost estimates. What we're kind of wanting council to do is say, okay, here's the price of what we want to spend on furniture. This is how much. And what we'd like to do then is to have like a kind of a furniture workshop and invite whatever residents want to attend that furniture workshop kind of thing. We can kind of get out space and look at those things, look at some ideas, and then we can start ordering some of that furniture in so that we can start populating the building with some people can actually use and fit it. Going back to the design, we kind of create some two little seating areas. Sure. All right. Two little seating areas on either side with a table in the middle. The idea is, I mean, you see this a lot with when people come in, especially waiting for council, they have computers. So this way they got a table they can sit at and put their computers up. There's power on the floor. It can have a power bank that's already incorporated into it. And then some movable kind of furniture in there. A sideboard and that new little nook we've created that is also movable. The idea being that when the, you know, when it's not a council meeting, when it's an event, people are supposed to decide who does the serving areas too. You can put them together so that there's like serving options as well. So we'd be happy to answer any ideas and questions, anything like that. Any comments?
One question I had looking at the numbers is that, was there any insurance for any of the existing furniture that we would offset some of the new furniture costs, or is that not part of what the?
I think that's a question we can ask the insurance. I don't think we're gonna get a whole lot of money on furniture because there's a lot of the furniture is heading on the door 20 years old and it has no appreciation value to it. So I don't think we would get a huge amount on the furniture, but not like we will for some of the other items that were stored. But I will gladly, we will check with the insurance on that.
I mean, the pieces that potentially, I mean, the couches and like those kind of big oversized chairs probably got damaged, you know, to the point where they can't use them anymore.
Yeah.
And those are probably the most expensive things that got damaged with, you know, just in terms of value.
Yeah.
And then when you're describing you didn't have images of this, but like what were your, or do you have examples of what you're thinking for the staff tables in council chambers?
That there are images, so if we go around down here, you should be able to click
Oh, sorry, the links have.
the links right there. They should be able to work to be, they're just, did it work? Yeah, it is working. Those are, so they are similar to these, but they're wider than these, or should be, I think, feet wide. And they flip and fold together so we can stack all three of them next to each other. And we also were looking at kind of like these chairs, but with arms for staff and council use that are also these net together. So instead of the big chairs we have now, these chairs will net together and you can fit like reading space that one used to take. So you could, it'll be a lot more efficient for storage. So those are things that are in these numbers, are those tables and I think some of those chairs in the yeah. So those are in those numbers right there. But if we are looking at doing all the chairs in City Hall, we'll have to go to the places and get those numbers for that. But we were looking at some of those church chairs are like $60 a piece. It's actually very reasonable. Upholstered chairs.
And then can you open the links for the conference room tables or this?
Oh, yeah, let's look at it. So this is table there. So one of the ideas with the conference room was that we want to be able to have tables that we can kind of pull apart and use individually, for like card games and things like that. So we found these kind of reclaimed wood tables that are, there'd be 6 of them, and then we can hook them together. I think you can see those with little kits underneath, and hook them together. We'll have a big conference table. Then if we don't need a big conference table, they can go apart. They can also come apart. They don't even need it or store them somewhere as well. So I think they will create a lot of functionality in that room, because right now those tables are, the one they have before are huge. You can't move those, or can't move them outside of the room either.
The hooks where they connect, that's really part of it.
No, that's not part of it. That's something we're gonna have to get tonight. But I think I have an idea of how that would work pretty.
Yeah, it's not too hard.
The Councilman, you'll start with Councilman Reeds.
So back to the lobby area. I just wanted to make a question and a comment on the table in the middle. So the lobby layout. Yeah, there you go. So the table in the middle, in my business, I have counters with stools, and I will tell you, hands down, they are the most popular place for customers to sit. So I think that will be a great addition. I can't remember, you and I talked about this. Does it have electrical?
Yes, that's what.
So you can have
it would
charging
have
stations.
Charging station that can be installed
Mhm.
into it, and it would have, casters so that we can
Good.
move it out of the way.
Perfect.
And like I said, since this is the table that we look at, this table is like the custom design kind of thing that they do. We are looking at an option that would also have an extension part that would also be, or a separate piece that would be for ADA, so that we have another section for use it, or, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I think, yeah, a lot of people would appreciate the higher number. Yes, it's fun. You can stand at it or you can sit at it. So. And we can find some rugs that kind of.
And, you know, and just, I guess, just to reiterate, I mean, we were, even before the incident, the water damage incident, we were really trying to reimagine City Hall. And I think going this route where things are smaller, you know, more modular, you can really, you utilize the space for events. If and when people, but a lot more flex space.
And the like the rugs, I assume they have multiple of them kind of put together for like that space.
Yeah, I think the idea would be to have 2 seating areas, and then the rug would be there. It probably wouldn't be a rug underneath the table, but it would be 2 seating areas and rugs underneath. That way the rugs are slightly smaller, and if you decide to roll them up for an event, you can roll them up and, you know, a person can, like the rug that was there before, I mean, that takes 2 people to carry that rug. Something like this, one person can roll it up and carry that rug. So just really coming up with the idea that things are movable, things are, you know, kind of in that kind of feel of those, you know, the colors and stuff to bring in from the logo and stuff in the city.
Like the colors in the rug, and I love that colorful chair.
Yeah, it's actually, it's hard to see right there, it's actually a butterfly on there. It's really, I love that chair.
So there are questions, comments, feedback, or staff on this one?
I just think as modular, as mobile as we can make it, the better, because if we, you know, we are going to start doing events there again, and flexible space is the way to go.
This item, I mean, it is presentational, but I guess it is also listed for action, so would you all authorize it? But we do have, you know, we haven't quite figured out the exact numbers, right, of the adjusters, but this would be really, I think, this is really not going to be covered by that. This would be dipping into those funds that we've set aside for repair and maintenance buildings. We already said, you know, we already had 180 or, yeah.
Well, okay, there's 150 that's set aside, but the regular building maintenance is in there too, which is 30,000, so it's 150.
So, you know, we know some of these expenses already. Basically, would council be willing to authorize us, you know, initiating?
Starting to purchase the pieces and doing that way rather than workshop or during a workshop where we can say, hey, we like this or hate this.
Fair percent.
So did you have options for the conference room in there?
Yeah, so that
Those-
was the 6 modular table.
Okay,
And then if you guys have any opinion on the chairs, because we can then go and start looking at those other chairs options and getting prices on. They come in, you can get them in wood, you can get them in metal, you can get them in so many different things, and you can get them in every finish in upholstery it looks like you can imagine.
Can you show us a picture of that?
Yeah, yeah. Go back to this. Go down, go up.
Oh, this is how much-
Yes, he's looking for other chair options right there on the right side. Minus 5.9, no. So that is an option, that's the ones that are like 700 right there. So it's these styles, and then you can get them in, like, those are, you can get.
It's a lot
That's
more
just a
comfortable.
small option, you can get them, and they probably have like 100 colors finished. That's great.
Worship seating.
That's exactly what.
They do have. They put together under rows. So I.
They
So
look
I-
comfortable.
They're a lot, look a lot more comfortable than
where's
what.
the,
Gotta do the-
where's the kneeling thing that folds down?
Yeah, where's that? Yeah.
It has a name, I always forget.
Yeah, that's
No. It's,
comfortable for functional for everything. These actually, and like I said, you can.
And they
put them
stack?
do this.
And they stack?
They stack, yeah, you put it.
Oh, very nice. Commercial grade.
Six.
Wow.
And you get these chair lines and put them. And have one. Yeah.
Nice.
Kneeling spot. No, that's
So those,
Variances, you know, if they need it.
so Carolyn, these that were like black, that were like $989 or whatever, 6 of them go together?
No, there's 3 of them just for staff to use on that during a council meeting.
That's good. And so what was gonna be in the conference room?
They're restaurant grade, square table.
Oh, okay,
That can be, then you can have a card game at them or whatever.
okay.
So like, these are the chairs, right, to go with these?
No, we would probably use the church.
Got the table.
Oh, the chairs.
And those lock together?
That's the
No,
table.
we'd have to, figure out how to do
And
it.
use these.
We'd have to
Or
put
the-
a little.
Have you ever put together restaurant tables? And the.
No, I think.
People always
Oh,
jacked
so
up,
wobbly.
yeah.
Those feet, it's the feet.
Okay.
Those feet are-
And I think the idea, right, is for these for both, like, staff and council, and then they
And the
all,
council chambers.
they all, they fold up, so this.
The the conference room table, all total loss.
It's, I don't know if it's a total loss, but it's not mobile at all.
So, like, once that's in that room, that's what you're gonna have in that. room.
I get it, but I mean, it's a conference room, so. I mean, just the idea of putting those 6 of those things together, it's gonna be an incredibly wonky conference room table. That's just like everything else I think is great, but it's like, I'm not sold on putting together 6.
You're, and I hear you, you're thinking of when you're sitting in a restaurant and you want to group people together and you put those little
Put the
4x4
sugar
tables
pens.
together. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and it's just, I mean,
Yeah.
you're at a conference table, it should be like like every organization has like the table, that this is the Resolute desk.
We can put them together. and hold them
So
apart.
there is an option, and I can probably show you that,
They're like the ones
Or
that
the
staff
same-
are gonna
same
have that
table
fold
that
up.
staff's gonna have.
So they do, well, they actually have, a square option in here. They do have the square nesting table option.
And can that table that's in the conference room now, is it salvageable? Or did it get ruined in the?
And the top is probably salvageable, I'm not sure about the legs.
That's a
Well,
lot of
what I'm
wood.
thinking of is Public Works conference table.
Oh, yeah.
That, when you sit at that, it's all falling apart.
Yeah,
and you
agree.
on your-
Okay,
We could probably repurpose that for that room, we could probably stuff, but, yeah, because it's falling apart. So
Good
there
idea.
is-
Move that
it
over
is
there.
a good
Good idea.
option. But
That's much nicer.
for playing games on it, it's not as nice.
And we have all those round tables if we want to set up.
Well, we can definitely, that's an easy.
How big
one
are the
to do
round
right there.
tables?
They're.
They're like 8
they'll
tops.
seat 8 or 10.
That's, you can't play card games when you seat 8 people.
Well, you don't have to put that many people there.
Yeah, but.
They're.
How do you play mahjong on a
Yeah, you
T-top?
do
Come
that.
on.
You
That
have
was
to do
set
that.
up before, that's what we got them for, I thought, for the game nights. Isn't
But I
that
can't
why it's
remember how
referred?
big they are.
We probably have enough money to do both.
They're not expensive.
Yeah.
But we.
They're not expensive.
We could get smaller card table style tables that are nicer, that could be folded up and stored, and we can, these can all be moved
Yeah.
and stored against the
Right.
wall.
Well,
Well, that looks nice though, right there.
Yeah,
could you put two of those together and make a game table?
Well, you usually have a square or a circle.
So that would be more,
That doesn't always work with the cardboard.
You can do a rectangle, you just sit, like if there's only 4 people playing, you sit in the middle. I have a
Doesn't work.
octagon table and
Doesn't
I
work.
play cards.
You
there
play
all the time.
cards next to each other. Doesn't work as well.
We don't do that, we don't cheat.
Okay, okay.
We could definitely do like this in the conference room, because it can be folded down, it can be stored, and we can look up, we can find something that's a little bit, easier maybe for the card games that is just.
To fold them up and take them out when you need them.
And I don't think those are super expensive.
No, they're real inexpensive. Card tables are a little tight. Yeah, well, if you get a bigger one,
So this one-
they're just a little bigger size, because otherwise you're just.
So it is, I think, 6 tables.
They're like 30
It's
inches
6 tables altogether.
versus 36.
No, the chairs are not. Chairs are not- That's the fold down, so this is an option that we can do, that looks better. Okay,
It does look nice.
so do you guys like the darker color or the lighter color? We are gonna have like lighter.
I like the light.
Lighter color, we have a medium tone floor, so.
Yeah, I like the light.
Okay, so we can definitely change that out and do that for, and that's an easy one because that's.
It fits.
They're viable for-
And it fits right. I mean,
It will fit.
okay.
Do they have a smaller, because, well, let's measure the room. and just make
Yeah,
it out.
yeah, make sure you measure.
If we don't- if we might not need a set of 6. right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's a big
you
seating.
need to do the measurements and figure out.
And
Yeah.
they did come out, National Business Furniture did come out, and I think they did measure rooms. and
Okay.
this is the options they sent us.
Okay, good.
Oh, okay.
And that's flexible, I like that.
That's really
So this
nice.
is
Yeah.
only- This is like 6 and 8 and 10, it's only 10 feet wide altogether.
And those chairs,
And what's nice about chairs that don't have arms is they don't keep rooting the edges of the table.
Yep.
When we have arms and the arms don't go under, they keep hitting the tables.
And we
if
can
you're
get
gonna be
on the
working.
chair, I'm sure. But, well, do you want these rolling chairs for that room, or do you want the?
I like.
You like
I
this?
the both.
Okay, so this room is rolling chairs, but then we'll look at the virtual
Chairs.
chairs.
For the council.
For the couch chairs.
But
Yeah.
the plan is that, I think that
And they could be used for
the
game
chairs
nights.
shown for
Oh.
council have arms.
So we can take the arms off, we can put them in, there's another option that don't have arms.
That's the armless are better, especially like if you're working on something or you're doing a project.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so then church chairs for the chambers.
Pursue our ideas with the lobby with some modifications, right?
Do a workshop.
Yeah, we're doing a workshop. And workshop is mostly, if I understand, for the lobby. Right? That's like community,
Because we'll have to get pricing on all the chairs.
but this business furniture we're purchasing will be through this. National Business Furniture, so it's on a 500.
And church chairs, what color are you looking at on the church chair?
They have, well, and that's a great question. I mean, a lot of times people don't do matchy stuff anymore. So do you want all one time, or do you want like 2 or 3 different colors mixed together?
What are the options?
Looks like there's tons.
Yeah, I can send that out, but there are so many, like, look about ourselves.
No eggy colors.
Yeah, no red, no
So
orange.
here's all the.
Oh, I like orange. Come on. Orange. Come on.
Just.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, the
One
marigold,
vote, one vote, one
things
vote, yeah.
that have a little, couple different colors in them. Just a little. Hummingbird.
Magical.
Wow.
Yeah, they have a
I guess you don't have to guess.
Well, this would be a good
Yes,
thing
yes.
when you have your little open house kind of thing.
This is the workshop, I love to say, okay, I like these colors. And they do have wood or metal options. I don't know if there's a huge price difference in the two, metal with the leg. Yeah,
Yeah, three, yeah.
Yeah, metal, that's one.
and so there's all different kinds of options. So this is probably the most customizable and it will definitely work with seasons. And because they're cultured, they also have sound.
More so.
Good.
Very good.
So council,
Nice.
just be
Okay.
mindful of the time. I do want to make sure we have a chance for members of the public to also give their feedback before we go on to our time certain items. So it's time we'll take comments from the public.
I just want to point out the amount of people who serve on committees who are older and physically challenged. And I'm concerned about people getting, without any arms at all or enough arms, getting out of chairs. I'm concerned about split services that people have a hard time bracing as they get out. It is a significant amount of our population, and I think we need to accommodate that. I think it's all lovely and all of that. I think rugs are important for people to sit, and I think, you know, I want my friends who are physically challenged. They don't have arms, they can't get out of the chairs. If it's not padded, they can't do it. So those are all concerns that I've had in this discussion. I understand, I think it's all great. And I think modular is wonderful, but we really have significant elderly population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the chairs that are in the lobby have arms on them. The arms that are, the ones that are going to be armless are the ones that are in the audience of the council chambers, which is exactly what we have now.
Right.
And so the arm chairs can be moved to accommodate those folks.
Yeah, they're like, enough, we can actually, yes.
Any other feedback on this item in council? We could take action like the city administrator said for approving up to a certain amount of budgets so that they can start beginning the process of purchasing some of the items before we do the workshop and do the final talks. That's the other ones, but
Hey, what I would like the next time, I opened everything, looked at all the furniture, it'd be nice and have a snip and picture of each one on one page with a little label next to it and then the cost summarized a little more, because to go to every link is like. gee,
Yeah, most of the pictures are on that lobby
Mood board. or
mood
whatever.
board kind of thing, so they are there, but it is kind of, yeah, you're going through a lot of there.
You can do a storyboard.
Yeah.
Give us a summary.
So what we looked at there, that is 30 and 40,000, and you know what we're doing under. So there is, I mean, furniture is not expensive, especially when we talk about office, commercial grade furniture. So we do have that kind of, you know, basically the budget we're looking at, $30,000.
Can we sell any of the furniture we have now on?
Actually, so yes, because, well, we have to do a surplus, or we'll probably bring that back to council. We can do that, and it have to go, we were talking about a silent option for the furniture. Depending on what it is, some people in the community are like, "Oh, look at those chairs, I love these things." So we may be able to go copy to it as a surplus and sell them at a silent auction type thing. We've done that before.
And they're repurposing that top from the other one. to-
I like that idea. Move that.
that's very.
So I will make a motion to allocate up to 40,000 or between 30 and 40,000 for office furniture to or not office furniture, city hall furniture.
Motion, is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion on this? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Okay,
Thank you, staff, and for.
Thank you. That was a lot of work.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Yeah, kind of fun, but.
All right, so council,
Right.
we can take a couple minutes before we begin our time certain item at 7 o'clock. If anybody needs to take a bio break or get a snack, and then we'll resume at 7 o'clock with time number 10.
Forget.
That is.
In here.
Yeah, that's why I want to check. You never know. You never know.
It's not as just.
Yes. This is like, it's part of the world. Close it, and then we'll have a second. It's just makes it finer. That's, yeah. It doesn't-
Oh.
Originally, there was a light here that I heard. And then we had this. No, he's fine.
This is.
It is a pull stick. You can push the.
There we
across
go.
the table. We even have our extension in our table. It's long, so we said, because we
Yeah.
just played cards last week. Sit across from each other rather than. We're problem solvers.
There you go. You use what you have sometimes.
All right, once Matt gets back, we'll start off with our, using our agenda. You need a quick second? Yeah. All right, council, we are moving on to agenda item number 10, which is our time certain item. As a reminder, council, the first part of this is going to be the public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing and then listen to the presentation and then close the public hearing, but we're not going to take action during the public hearing. And then there'll be a second part of this item, which is actually taking action. So we'll just make sure that we're kind of following that process. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing at 7:02 p.m. This is consider possible approval of a special use permit application submitted by Austin Pets Alive for veterinary services within the neighborhood office district at 4942 US Highway 290. And we'll begin with a staff presentation of this item.
Mayor Council, I'm Jerry Russell, Development Services Coordinator. As the mayor said, this is a public hearing. To consider the zoning commission recommendation for the property located at 4942 West Highway 290, first use permit for veterinary clinic use within the neighborhood office zoning district. The applicant is Austin Pets Alive. The applicant has stated that they intend to use the property for offices for their nonprofit, as well as a veterinary clinic that will serve mainly dogs and possibly dogs and cats that are being rescued by the organization. The applicant has stated the animals will not be boarded indoors or outdoors. that there will be some animals kept overnight for observation as medical procedures. This, my experience has been that this is typical of any veterinary clinic. In addition, the dogs will be walked outdoors as needed, but they will not be kept outdoors. For these reasons, the staff has determined that the use is a veterinary clinic. I'd like to, you can indulge me for a moment, go over within the Sunset Valley City Code. There are 3 different uses related to animals. One is for pet services. The definition is rather lengthy, but I'd like to go over the first couple sentences. It's the use of the site for the provision of grooming and boarding for boarding services performed within an enclosed building or structure. The use of any structure or building for the purpose of boarding or intending animals must be following that. I know it may be required. Again, there is no intention here to board animals. Separate from those that are kept overnight for medical observation. So it is not a pet services use. The other use would be kennel/commercial, which definition of that is any premises on which 3 dogs or 3 cats or more over the age of 4 months or greater are kept for sale or are boarded, trained, or bred for remuneration. So that would be, I think, that the closest we get that would be a year. That would be the export clinic down on the road near Cotton Hill. It's a place where you take your pets to be boarded. You know, late there seems to be these indoor kind of pet hotel, pet, places. So to me, that would be the pet services use in your code. Places keeping animals outside is a kennel. This would be a vet clinic because it has to do with medical procedures being done on dogs. And so the use is a veterinary clinic, which still requires a special use permit. With regard to the criteria, the code does lay out general criteria applicable to special uses. I'd like to run through those very quickly. The first of those has to do with the adjacency to single-family residential compatibility. That is not applicable in this case because on the one side you have the Mile Crown Trail in the city of Austin, and then adjacent next door you have another office building. So letter A does not apply. Letter B states that the proposed use will not have adverse value. And adverse effect on the value of the surrounding properties nor impede their property development. As I said, the property is publicly owned land on 2 sides and commercially owned property on the 3rd side. This use is unlikely in staff's opinion to have adverse effect on values nor will impede adjacent development. The proposed use will not create a nuisance factor or otherwise interfere with the neighbor's enjoyment of their property. Animal receiving treatment of this facility will be kept indoors except when needed to be walked outside, and that should not create a nuisance. All city nuisance laws will apply to the property if noise from the animals did become an issue. Letter D states that the traffic from the proposed use can be reasonably expected to be accommodated on existing streets and will not create or add significantly congestion, a safety hazard, or parking problem in the area, nor will disturb the peace and quiet of the neighborhood. The proposed property is located on the front road of US Highway 290, which is a major roadway, and all access will be taken from 290. Letter E states that the proposed use complies with all the applicable provisions of this code and other ordinances and regulations. No new construction is being requested as a part of this permit. The applicant is intending to remodel the interior of the buildings that are located on the site, and such remodeling will comply with all provisions of the code, such as parking, nuisance laws, as I said, or building permits. And finally, F, the special use shall be operated by the owner or lessee of improved property on which the special use is located, or by another pursuant to a written agreement such as an owner or lessee. The facility will be operated by Austin Pencil Life, who does intend to purchase the property. The existing use of the property is for the Enviro Plan, Architecture and Planning offices. They have a converted house they use for an office right now. And they do have a building that's under construction, but not yet finished. That is quite far along. Staff has looked and determined that with the total square footage on the site that the existing parking would meet the city of Sunset Valley's code. And as I said, they have no intention to build additional buildings. It would just be an interior remodel. The staff is recommending approval of the special use permit. However, with 2 additional conditions, the staff would recommend that the applicant be required to place a 6-foot fence around the perimeter of the rear of the property. And the reason for this, in discussing it with the applicant as well as the present owner of the property, Gary, over at Enviro Plan. As y'all know, the Gaines Greenbelt is behind the property, and then on the side you have the
for the Violet Crown Trail. It's 290. And there's quite a few people who walk their dogs back there without leashes. Whether that's legal or not, that's a different story, but it's reality. And so we just kind of wanted to keep the animals that are being walked from the vet clinic to make sure that they don't run into maybe a dog that's got a little bit ahead of its owner on the trail. And, you know, especially when you have a dog that's under vet care, maybe they should be kept separated. So a 6-foot fence around the perimeter of the rear of the property. In addition, the staff is recommending that the applicant be required to remove all animal waste from their property outdoors at least once a day, because as I said, there probably will be dogs being walked outside. The zoning commission recommended the staff recommendation with one additional condition, and that be that a temporary use permit approved by the city council is required for any event over 50 persons. As I stated, this is not only going to be a vet clinic for APA, it's also going to serve as offices, and it is a rather nice piece of property looking at Greenbelt. And APA is a nonprofit organization, and they have indicated to me their intention to occasionally use the property for fundraisers. Obviously, in those cases, parking may be an issue. They have told us that they intend to either rent parking from, you know, Specs next door or Sam's or whomever, or maybe a church is further down the street. But anyway, the zoning commission just felt that if they're having a larger fundraiser, which they define as 1 over 50, that it require council approval, so the staff can review it and make sure that the parking and whatnot has all been accommodated for in their plans. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
I believe we do have the applicant. Also, so we'll begin with couple questions for staff or for the applicant. And begin with Councilmember Rosie Gardner.
Is the property totally fenced right now?
It is through the rear of the property, there's a low block wall. I would once it's maybe 2.5 feet. That's 5 feet high. But that's not the dog.
So why would we only ask for a fence at the back perimeter of the property? Why not totally fence it? If one of the dogs was to get loose, they're securely on the property.
The thought is that the back of the property would be where they're walking the dogs. So the intention was to try to get the dogs up in the trail. The dogs are being more separated. I don't think that they will be taking dogs up against the front of the road.
And there's 2 more sides that aren't being fenced, plus the front. And it's not that they're, I heard you. I heard you when you said that they're walking the dogs. But when the dogs are off lead, at least they can find that space. They're not going on to the crown trail or going on to their properties. And, you know, ask the applicant, would you consider fencing the entire property?
And just a reminder, so for anyone that's talking, we're gonna actually, this room's not mic, so if you're gonna speak, and it's gonna be a lot of walking around.
Probably, I'm gonna take this and move it as close to the podium as I can. We're getting messages people can't hear, so, yeah, so if you're gonna speak, we're just gonna be you and plus to keep the quorum, so.
Can we get Jerry to do that too?
Yeah, you're very hard to hear. Yeah, you just want to come hang out up here. Sorry, everyone.
Thanks for accommodating us.
Sorry, my name is Ellen Jefferson. I'm the president and CEO of Austin Pet Supply. And I believe the property does have a fence on the 2 sides. So I don't know if it's complete though, and we wouldn't necessarily have a problem with fencing the whole property if there's gaps in that. There will be no stop on our side of the property, they would all be shopped. There won't be an area where they're just running loose.
If we bring up the map of the property, because I think it's bordered by or not, it's not by the crown trail on the 2 sides.
And we haven't updated because Google Maps does not have the new buildings.
Correct. Oh, how big is this?
I think the owner pointed out a fence that maybe the city of Boston put in between the law office and I don't know why the city of Boston would have done that. Maybe they were talking about Sunset Valley, but somebody came in and put a fence in. Yeah, could have been.
So the new building isn't on this?
No,
No,
it's,
okay.
well.
I'm
it's in
trying to
that-
figure that out.
It's in that open space.
Going to the right of the existing.
So, yeah, the new
It's over
building.
here.
bring up the.
Okay.
slide.
It's closer to the little law office there.
Yes.
You said that you're not opposed to putting a fence around the entire perimeter. Are we asking that the fence be a certain type of fence?
When we were just recommending the 6-foot fence, we did not specify the type.
And why is 6 foot? Dogs don't usually jump 6 feet, usually. Mine, I did have one.
Discussion we actually had at the zoning commission. A rather lengthy. Just 6-foot fence is kind of a standard fence. That seems like something that,
Keep the deer out.
again, this is kind of safety issue.
I'm sure you're pointing that.
Like leading down the line.
Okay, I know, it's difficult. While you're up here, Jerry, I had a question. Is this property on our lift station service?
That is something I've never asked.
Or maybe Carolyn knows.
I believe so. I will check. I do believe so.
So it's service, okay, I just wanted to know where it was serviced from. And then on the fence, specifically, I don't necessarily think the whole property needs to be fenced, but the area where the animals will be walked, I would like that to be specified as a privacy fence, so there's no nose-to-nose contact, because that was a concern that residents brought up. And then the other thing, Jerry, you mentioned it was dogs, but I believe Dr. Jefferson, you're gonna have dogs, cats, and there may be other rabbits or something else too, right? So,
Correct, right now it's all dogs and cats, but there's always the occasional animal that flips in.
right, exactly. So just don't want it to be limited. It's the animals in the care of APA, correct? Okay. That's all I had.
So we're quite close to having an 8-foot fence in there from the zoning meeting, so 6, this is 6 is like what came out of that. I don't know if we can. So that green belt is very beautiful, and I think of when you go to build the fence, just kind of think of, I don't want to make this a requirement, but please think about how beautiful that area is and what people are going to be looking at, across, you're at the top of the hill up there. But again, I won't make it a something that I'm gonna try and force or anything. I will say from the zoning meeting, Miguel did an awesome job of saying, I don't particularly care if you're for it. He's like, just comment on the 5 things, because that's what we're talking about. So I wish every committee had a Miguel. What's your security plan for that building? And I just bring it up because I'm sure there is a rather large camp over there behind Specs, and you're pretty close to it. And I'm just concerned about the urge to go break in there and steal things. So.
Right, so that is one of the reasons why a fence is a good idea, is to keep people out as much as to keep dogs out. And we will have 24/7 people there taking care of.
Okay.
animals.
All right.
And serving for emergencies, so there won't, unless there's like a staff shortage or something, there will always be a person there. But even to protect that person, we want to have some security there.
Okay. This is more for Jerry. It's kind of a weird question. How binding is the part of the special use permit where I just had it up here, where the applicant kind of like filled in their parts, because it said.
Councilmember, the specific sense, the council will be approving the special use permit with the conditions, whatever conditions they would post as a part of this. Overall, there's a section 150.021, I believe, that discusses non-compliance with the permit, and the ability of the city administrator to basically call for a tag or a code violation throughout compliance with the permit. We don't get to the level of, essentially what the council can ask if there is a use of that clinic. It could be with conditions, if it's a special use permit. But I guess I'd ask what level of detail you're trying to get to.
So in the described special use requested, That's where it calls out this will not be used for shelter for non-hospitalized animals, and I feel like that was some of the concern that some people had. And so that's one part where I say, we want that to be part of the special use.
So you would be approving specifically a veterinary clinic use.
Right,
That is the only use of the property could be.
right.
Because if they suddenly, for some reason, were a bunch of kennels outside, started keeping dogs overnight, the city would say. That
Violation.
used to be were approved for, and you got a red tag, you can cease immediately. If you don't become the meeting for it to stop.
So that's on the city and current resident side and neighbors and everything. For the applicant, it says, no new buildings will be added. That's,
So that would trigger a need for additional, I mean, there will be no condition in this process. Approval, right now it's proposed, on that plan, but of course, that would have to go through the whole city permitting process.
right.
And, I can tell you that the building that's already permitted, it's under construction right now. Then likely sure for variances and additional council approval, et cetera. So if they were ever asked to do an additional building, I think.
So I'm just gonna do a little thought exercise here, and this is not my suggestion, but I'm curious why that was included. Now, this is for the applicant's side of it. I mean, you would have to go through so many things in order to get a new building added. But it seems potentially that you put this at risk if you ever needed to put another building on there. And I'm just thinking for you, do you want that on there? Was that a requirement? I mean,
It's not a condition of approval.
Right.
You know what I mean? So again, the approval would be the veterinary clinic with the, right now, the two-step recommendations plus the condition with the zoning commission added. There's nothing that's kind of provided for background.
Right, okay, so this describes special use requested, that's just like,
Yeah, the ultimate approval will be the special use permit, the use with the conditions.
Yep.
We would not be that would not be defined.
Yeah, the permit is a separate document that
I
will
could
have
ask that
those
first.
three conditions.
Okay.
That then that special use is renewed, and then if there's a potential violations found, going outside of that special use as a veterinary clinic, right, which is,
Okay.
which could be potential shelter, then that could be grounds for revoking those special use.
Okay.
That's very good.
I have a question for the applicant. Do you have any plans, or is there any possibility that in the future you would come back to us and ask to expand the use of this facility or some of the other uses permit that we have in our code?
No, that's not our intention at all. Our intention is strictly aesthetic. We have purchased another property in Wood Kennel, and that's where we're planning to build out that use. We're planning to continue our use of the Town Lake facility, and trying to get through the negotiation process on that still. But the idea is that part of our use would continue there at Town Lake, and trying to think about somewhere to continue to use the Terrytown facility as well.
So that they would have to go for it to have so my special use permit, they're in the neighborhood office district. So these are so they can, permanent uses are over here, which they're going to have offices. They can have veterinary services by special use. I believe pet services. I don't know if they're allowed in the neighborhood. So they basically anything beyond a veterinary clinic, they'd have to go for.
Yeah, any use in Eugene was special use permit in the neighborhood office district, and so they're only asking for one. You can only ask for one. The offices are permitted, of course, office, neighborhood office, that are triggering special use. And just to clarify, if they ever did decide to start using it in a manner that's not consistent with the thing, we would not need to wait until the early renewal of some of the code violation would be handled. Office receiving the plan.
That's right there.
I move to approve a special.
Oh, no. So remember, this is the public hearing. We're not.
You're right, sorry.
Any other questions before I open it up for members of the public or discuss or additional comments? Right. So council, I'm going to open it up for members of the public that wish to speak to this. And as a reminder, we do have 3 comments in open town hall that should have been also handed to you related to this item. So you can read those, and if you have any further questions based on the comments.
that one was odd.
At this time, if there's a member of the public who wishes to join this item, please step up to the podium. If there's no further questions from council, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:23 p.m. And council, now we can take action on this item if we want to entertain.
I move to approve a special use permit for veterinary services neighborhood office district with 4 conditions. Number 1, the applicant provide a 6-foot privacy fence around the perimeter of the property. Doesn't have to be forward of the entry of the building. The applicant shall remove animal waste outdoors daily. A temporary use permit is required for any event with over 50 persons, and that the special use permit and premises be utilized for veterinary clinic only.
That doesn't have to be a condition of that. That's in.
I know,
in the special
I
use.
know, but I wanted to make sure
Clarify to do that
that's correct.
would also be a lot of issues.
And so we have a motion for approval of the special use permit with the condition, the 4 conditions. I think the 4th condition is,
Evident.
evident or redundant with the special
Correct.
use, but that's the motion. Is there a second for that motion or opening up for discussion? I'll second. Just a question for the applicants. Before we get too far down in actually proving anything, are you okay with those conditions as stated? So essentially expanding from not just the back of the property to 6-foot fence, but making it a perimeter fence, not the front of the property, but also making our privacy fence.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
The side that is facing by the Crown trailhead is a chain link fence, and I think the fence that's next to the law office is a metal fence. We need to change that to wood privacy fence.
Rose Garden area. So the idea being, could they keep the existing fencing, or could they just make it
Yeah,
back?
I
to the
don't know what type of metal fence is between that building that.
I think it's similar. It's not a chain link, but it's like a
Wrought iron.
Okay, so you could still see through.
Yeah.
So the idea was to give privacy for less, for security for the property itself, period. Anybody else want to weigh in on?
Well, my concern was, any animals that are unleashed coming off the Violet Crown Trail, coming up to the area where you're walking, the animals that are being treated, having nose-to-nose contact. So I was more concerned about that area. So whatever area you're going to walk the animals in, that's the area that I would like to see a privacy fence, so we don't have nose-to-nose. The rest of the property, my concern was not the whole property, because I don't think you're going to need that much space to walk the dogs, or you're going to be walking them from the clinic. So wherever your exit is, that area be privacy fence to protect animals from the greenbelt and the animals in the clinic.
Is that a friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes.
So accept that.
And this is a second acceptance. So it's clarifying that the condition is fencing the area where the animals will walk. Is that the goal?
Yes.
And the other 2 conditions?
Well, the last one is the opposite. Those are just regular, I guess they're already approved.
And offices allowed, of course.
And you're okay with the other 2 conditions?
Yes.
So my question is for you is, you're the vet, you're the expert. Do you need that privacy fence? Or is the existing fence okay?
Well, I think that there's, an abundance of caution, I think it's okay.
Okay,
And I think
and you're good with that?
It helps us with the concerns. So I think that it would be a long shot for animals to come nose to nose.
I think so too, but
there's
yeah,
no harm.
okay.
Any further discussion, council?
Nope.
Any further public comments? Ready to vote? All those in favor of approving special use permit with the conditions, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Okay,
Thanks to staff for.
Thank you for coming.
assisting with this, and thanks to the applicant for working with the cities who went through this process, and welcome to Sunset Valley.
Yes.
You guys.
glad you're here.
Don't want to come outside. We brought a puppy and a kitten for everything.
Nice try,
You
Kate.
can probably talk me into
Once
it.
the vote is done, it's okay. you know. All right, council, we're gonna move on to our next agenda item, which is.
Mainly wanted that
agenda item number
because
11.
of concerns that some of the residents brought up.
Consider an act on
Yeah,
approval
I
of
know.
the watershed development
It's just
permit. and
sometimes
final site plan. Oh, can we just
I know.
like wait for the exit to happen? Because it's a lot of
I
noise.
wanted to
Let's
ask.
just like, yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Okay, so it.
Oh, she wants a puppy.
Do you want some?
Okay, we'll wait a minute for Councilor Rosinger to come back in for the noise to die down. Right.
That door needs some silencer on it too. It's like when it shuts, it's like.
Yeah,
Need some,
I got two of them.
a dog and a cat or two puppies?
Yeah.
Two puppies.
All right. So now the noise is died down, we're gonna move on to agenda item number 11. Consider act on approval of the watershed development permit and final site plan for the Botanical Garden Cafe Eatery project at 6405 Brody Lane. And we're gonna hand it over to staff for presentation on this item and update where we're at in the process. And as well, we also have the applicant here, so thanks for joining us once again in our very orders. Jerry's gonna take it.
Mayor and Council, Mayor Russell again. As Mayor said, this is watershed development permit, final site plan for property located at 405 Lane, also known as the Botanical Garden and Restaurant. It is just under 5-acre tract. Are currently owned by the state of Betty Grubbs. The applicants are Justin yeah. I would like to briefly, if I could, I know the council's considered this case in the recent past. So I'd like to go over very quickly what the actions have been on this property. Last February 1st to be exact, the city council approved a zoning change to neighborhood commercial with the following conditions. One, a 10-foot fence be installed along the east boundary of the property, limiting hours to closing at 11 p.m. Dark sky lighting as the applicant. Security fence around the property, adding additional trees to contribute to the vegetative buffer, working with the drapers between now and the planning of the property. At the planning stage, ensuring adequate traffic circulation with Myriad includes installing a turn lane along Bird Lane, engaging a traffic engineer for a traffic study, and ensuring that water runoff conditions from the property to 759 Oakdale Boulevard Oakdale Drive have improved from current conditions. I will go over in a moment how those conditions are being met with the site plan. I just want to go through the history a little more. Last March, on March 3rd, the Board of Adjustment approved the variance from the 100-foot vegetative landscape buffer for the northern setback by reducing it down to 25 feet. Also last March, on March 8th, the city council approved a special use permit, two special use permits on the property. The first was for a restaurant use within the neighborhood commercial zoning district, and the second was for the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-site consumption. In addition, the city council approved an impervious cover variance up to 26.8% impervious cover, including a provision that excludes building needs and water quality structures from the calculations. A second variance was granted to reduce the parking dimensional standards for both the length of the parking space and the width of the parking aisle by 1 foot apiece. Finally, the 10th condition regarding runoff condition improvements was amended to be a 10% improvement from existing conditions. On December 6th of last year, the city council approved a final plat for the property. So the applicant is coming with a site plan, the city staff has reviewed it, the city engineer have reviewed it. It does comply with the conditions of the zoning case. I'll go through those again real quick. A 10-foot fence is shown on the landscape plan for the site plan of the property. With regard to building hours, 11, keep in mind that the site plan document is intended to, one, have a document from the city to review and approve, and two, for a contractor to use to build project. And so the condition limiting the hours to 11 p.m. is not a part of the site plan, rather it's a condition of zoning that the staff will enforce once the business is open. It's impossible to enforce it right now because there is not a business there. The dark sky lighting, the lighting plan sheet on the site plan shows compliance with the dark sky provisions as approved as a condition of zoning. A security fence is shown on the landscape plan around the property. Additional trees cabinet planted inside the landscape buffer as shown on the planting plan sheet. The applicant has indicated to the city staff that they have been in contact with the Drakers since the zoning case was approved. And finally, that was done, a traffic study was conducted by Bobek Junior with the special use permit application. It was determined at that time the turn lane was not needed. Again, the traffic engineer was engaged, which is another condition. And finally, our engineers, Freelandsburg Engineering, has confirmed that the applicants, that the plans meet or exceed the 10% improvement requirement over existing conditions when it has to do with water runoff, the 759 Oakdale property. The staff recommendation, therefore, is that the city council approve the site plan because it doesn't comply with all city requirements and the post-market zoning case. One thing that came up that's in your backup, and I can answer any additional questions about it. There was a consideration, there was a discussion between the applicant and the city staff with regards to the seating area. If you all recall the site plan, there's kind of an outdoor seating area for the several small buildings and different restaurants. And they are going to have decomposed granite, decomposed picnic tables for the seating area. People can walk among the botanical gardens. However, they are not going to be putting down what we call compacted base beneath that granite. It's simply going to be granite laid on top of the existing ground. So we did not count it as the impervious cover towards the variance was already granted, but the applicant did include it in the drainage calculations for purposes of runoff. So it was basically, if you look at it as an engineer, cement is one thing, the natural ground is another, decomposed granite is beginning to when you're calculating runoff for drainage calculation. With that, I'm very much.
Thanks, Rick. And then kind of one follow-up question is, they're still waiting TCQ approval for the watershed, right? And that's the next step that's, we approved we approved the site plan. It's going to be based on also the TCQ.
Yeah,
approval.
the recommendation is contingent upon, or our staff recommendation is to approve the site plan contingent upon the approvals from TCQ, that's for their WP and SES. And they'll also need approval from the city of Austin for the driveway permit. That part of Brody is actually city of Austin jurisdiction.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll open up for council questions to either staff or to the applicant.
You've done this so many times.
I tried to save you having to come here and put it on consent, but somebody pulled it. I don't remember who pulled it.
It was me.
Okay.
Well, because
Well,
people were
just
coming.
as a note, are anticipating that there might be some people that come want to speak to this. Nobody is in the lobby. We don't currently have, any questions. We didn't get any questions over town hall. So at this present, we don't anticipate that there's any additional public comments. Of course, I'll want to make sure that we do hear from any members of the public or present that wish to speak. But we can do that after any motion is also then. Councilman Rosenberg.
I move to approve the watershed permit and final site plan for the Botanical Garden Cafe and Eatery at 6405 Brody Lane.
Contingent upon the approvals from TCEQ and the city of Boston for the two permits.
Agreed.
I will second.
Second. All right, that opens up for further discussion, and I don't think there are any more questions from council, but if there's any members of the public that wish to speak to this item, please step up to the podium. All right, so council, I think we're all set as far as voting. Let's go ahead and move to a vote. So all those in favor of approving the watershed development permit and final site plan for the Botanical Garden Cafe and Eatery projects, contingent on the approvals from TCEQ and the city of Boston, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. And with that, we're approved. And
All right. Finally.
A long process.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looking forward to
We can't wait.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
It's been a year.
February 1st.
It's been a year. Oh, my gosh. I had no idea it was a year. Wow. All right.
Council, we have one more regular agenda item, then we have our executive session items. So we're gonna go to agenda item number 13. This is for discussion only, so there's no action tonight, but it's to give feedback to staff on the potential direction that we want to take this project. Presentation, discussion, and possible staff direction on a turnaround at the end of Country White Lane. And we will begin, as staff gives an overview of this item.
So, in 2016, the city kind of subdivided the Country White property. They put one section that the city retained, there was a section that was sold as a single family residence, and there was a section of the property that was put together as public right of way. And so the idea was that at some point, there's not a compliant turnaround, there's some issues with, the Country Right traffic flow. So one day put in a turnaround there. Since before the city even subdivided, the city also approved a permit for the large development that happened at 6218 Brody Lane. And since that time, a lot of residents on Country Right talked about, increased traffic and parking along the street. I will say that the new owners of 6218 have truly worked really hard to try to control the parking situation. Of course, that does not address the traffic flow situation of the road. So drivers either have to turn into somebody's driveway to pull in, or they have to go into what looks like a driveway, but is actually city right of way to turn around their vehicles. And I'm going to put the two pictures real quick. I know there are several members of Country Right online. I was out meeting with the president of Country Right last Friday, and there were let me start here. There were two utility vehicles that were doing work. I think they were there doing work on Country Right. So I see them. They drove down the end of the road, and they sort of just stopped because they didn't know what they were supposed to do. So the white truck ended there. This truck right here is the truck with a huge trailer on it. So if you can go to the next picture. Oh, no, it's in the same name.
Oh, no.
So there it is. So you kind of can't see, and in the same time period, the trash truck also came down the street. So the truck with the trailer backed really far into this neighborhood property. You can see his little white truck. He was trying to leave his property at the same time. He blow it up. Can you blow it up?
It's gonna be
Yeah. He was trying to leave.
to the desktop.
Rudy, why don't you just get closer?
Get closer. You can see it? And I need your glasses.
So the resident over there was trying to leave. The resident is driving across the property to try to get off because you had this conflict between the truck with the trailer, the trash truck, and the other truck that was coming back up the street at that time. There is no turnaround on this street. There you go. So yeah, you see the white truck over there?
Got it.
We actually stopped and talked to him. He's like, yes, there's something that needs to be done. There's nowhere, nobody can go anywhere.
But this doesn't happen every day.
That probably happens every day, but well, the trash truck isn't there every day. But there's utilities, they were there again today. So they were there probably yesterday. They were there and there, but there were lots of apartments, city car parked along the street. There is nowhere when anybody goes down that road to turn around. And so some of the residents over there had asked, why, the city had set aside this property, years ago. Why is the city not looking at some kind of options for a turnaround on this road? The city will also be doing a construction project eventually on that road for a while. So that's kind of where we're at. There's, I know there's some residents on here who can talk to that. I know Chief may be able to answer. I know that he deals probably more with the complaints and stuff that happened. I also know that there was a motorcyclist who ran into. You can kind of see the outline of the wall that's there. There's a wall that exists. There was motorcyclists in the dark who went down there and ran back into that wall as well. So not only, people obviously go there for the 6218. I'm sure people also think they're going to cut through the MOPAC, and there's no cut through MOPAC there. And so it's just, there's not a good way around in that area. So we did meet with the Public Works Committee about the possibility of turnaround. Originally, the discussion with turnaround we looked at, and in 2016, they looked at a hammerhead design. But a hammerhead design is not safe and is not conducive to traffic flow. You still have to queue up to go into a hammerhead. And in that situation, we had the truck with the giant trailer, regular truck, and trash truck trying to all queue up into that hammerhead. If we had hammerhead. So the Public Works Committee said that if the city is going to consider doing this kind of turnaround on the street, to do an actual cul-de-sac style turnaround where people can kind of go in and then drive out, which is more normal kind of traffic. We did look at, I know I spoke with the resident at the end of the street, looking at some, screening options and things like that. We talked about doing some kind of avian type wall, reusing actually the rocks that are there and landscaping in that area. To get a compliant turnaround, we would probably need the landscaping meant to do that, to that residential side of the property. And I think he also wanted to just do one kind of entry, instead of having two entries. So we're still working on that. So this is not a project that's currently funded. I know that the city residents of Countrywide have asked, the city to help mitigate this issue. And we have this concept drawing here. So I think we're looking at direction on the possibility of moving forward with this project. If there's a, if so, what those steps would be that we would be taking. And this is a project that in scope and size is too small to stand on its own. We aren't going to get a lot of bids on simple turnaround. So it's a project that we have to attach to other projects to make a bigger project case. So it could be the water line, it could be an add-on to the project we're about to start. It could be, all kinds of possibilities there. And I know there's other residents of Countrywide who've been online since the beginning, so.
That's what Rosie.
The cul-de-sac is a benefit if it's wide enough, like Yellowtail and Curling Ski. I just drove Lone Oak and Pillow. One of them has a hammerhead and one has a cul-de-sac. And I had to do a backup turn around on that cul-de-sac.
Yes, and so that cul-de-sac is going to be a compliant cul-de-sac at the end of the project, we're going to hopefully start in the next couple months. So when that project is, that street is getting a compliant turnaround. This will be a compliant turnaround too. It's big enough that the idea is that a fire truck can actually make the circle without kind of good. Fire trucks do not like backing up. And they shouldn't. And so that is their Pillow is a little bit different. It's just so tight there that kind of where we're at.
The Lona, yeah, Lona is,
Lona will get a complaint.
that's part of the big, yeah.
Lona is cul-de-sac. Lona is cul-de-sac. They will, and hopefully by the end of 2024, there will be a line turnaround.
And then the second question is, could we get some funding joined with the county? Because that's not our road.
That's a great question, and I've reached out to Travis County. I know one of the residents of Countrywide is friends with some people over in the commissioner's office, so we were trying to reach out and talk to them and see. Do not have that information at this time.
That's right.
So do you recommend coupling this with the water line project? Is that?
It could be the water line project, or it could be a change order to one of the big project we're about to do, but it depends on the timing of when we get all the things approved that would need to be approved. If it needs to go, it would probably need to go through TCEQ, so it may be more with the water line. We'd have to add it or something like that.
Yeah, that seems to make sense since, yeah.
I know we also just invested Public Works doing mill and overlay on Brody. It may be able to combine with that project. So,
Oh, okay.
So it just needs to be combined with something else. We can't.
Okay.
Like
It's too small to bid out.
Like the Jones Road project.
Yeah.
It's gonna get into it.
Yeah, okay.
That's very young and then very versatile.
Just to echo that, I would really like to see us attach this to when we do the water line. That makes the most sense to me.
Mhm.
This is, as much as I want to help convenience the residents of this street, I mean, this is primarily a public safety issue, which is putting that water line in and doing a compliant turnaround that part.
So where would the water line, Does it even go through here?
Street.
but does it go into the area where the turnaround would be?
It will go into the very entry area, but I think it will be, it will dead end and those properties.
Hey.
It will probably be outside of the turnaround.
Around the funding, I know there's, I mean, what percentage of the residents on Countryway are currently on this meeting is kind of amazing. And that shows how much they care, but. And so I want to be a good neighbor, but the things that were listed there that we gave a watershed development permit or whatever to barn, so they can have more parking. Well, but they're still in Travis County. It's our ETJ, but that's what we have a purview over, but we don't get any of that benefit. That road is not ours. So share some funding. I almost want them to pay for the entire thing and manage the project because we are limited. I mean, in a perfect world, if we had unlimited staff, sure, like, you know, that's what we bought the property for and it's a good, but we have a hard time managing the projects that we actually, that are for all of the residents. Nothing against the people in Travis County that are on that street, but holy moly, like, we only have so many resources.
And that's why we're also it would be combined with another project.
Yeah.
It would be on its own. And that portion of the property is in Sunset Valley, it's not in.
That is,
That is-
but the only reason we would ever do that is to benefit that road.
And those are, I mean, they're in the ETJ, so they are potential future riches in Sunset Valley. But again, and we are gonna reach out to the county, we're gonna ask
Yeah.
to assist in this or help with this, but yeah, I don't know, I do not hope that the county is going to fund the entire bill.
It. I had another question, but I know Karen wants to say something.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we have one resident on that street and that resident did send us a letter to be included in conversation. So I think I want to make sure that happens, but I think I like the idea of waiting to see if we can get some participation from or the whole thing being done by Travis County. But the thing that concerns me is we have a list of CIP projects and CIP projects that we haven't finished yet. So my concern is how we prioritize things. And so I would want to make sure that if we get involved in this, that it's in a priority queue that makes sense and combined with some other project. In the meantime, I wonder if there's some short-term things that maybe we could help with. I don't know, signage, lighting, that could create safety in that area. So, you know, I'm not in favor of like just jumping this ahead of anything else.
Thank you, Karen, because yes, the resident on the street said this in his letter. Further, I understand there's backlog of public works projects currently, and I question the need for this project to jump the queue. Here's words exactly. And the other thing I wanted to add is, shoot, now that I read that, I forgot what I was going to add. It'll come to me in a moment, I'm sure. Someone else will.
There you go.
I wanted to say that, wow, this is something we may want to consider in the future. I also don't think it should jump the queue of our current projects. I think those should have higher priority.
The residents on, this is kind of a side thing, but the residents that are Travis County residents that are on Countrywide, the idea that they might one day be Sunset Valley, I don't think that is you know, you'd probably get like 50-50. I don't even know what you would get, because once they realize that, oh, you're in Sunset Valley now, so we're gonna cap your wells. And that might be like, nope, never mind, we don't we do that?
Grandfather, I think.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
we don't provide sewage, we would have to provide sewage over there at one corner.
I thought I heard something about when, if water lines go in, they cap wells. My apologies, take that off the record. But I'm sure some people live in Travis County because they want to be in Travis County. But how far along is that water line project?
It's already, it's in engineering right now, so we would be hopefully moving into construction next year sometime.
But like ballpark, what do you think that turnaround? Yeah, because I get that. I get why it's here, because we can bundle it in with the water line. And maybe it would be too small amount of money
Right.
to do as a one-off. So is it jumping queue? Maybe not, because there's gonna be one construction company that's out there anyway.
Yeah, and so I would say that, so there was consideration at one point to really redo the wastewater line, which was something the city had discussed at one point or another, to do wastewater line countrywide to, because of the benefit of everything on the septic system. And if we ever did the wastewater line, we would, because we care, oh, so much damage to the road, we would have to do the road as well at that point in time. So that was a question that we discussed at Public Works Committee. At the time, we decided just to move forward with the water line because it's a contractual obligation we're gonna have with the city of Austin. But it was something that it's not, this isn't kind of all completely new. This is stuff we have discussed before.
So it might be a good time to hear if there's any folks on the line from Contrite, and then also members of the public who wish to speak to this item. So if there's anybody that's attending the meeting that wishes to speak, can we accommodate that, Matt? Should they be able to? Yeah, hopefully they should be able to. Okay, so I'm not sure how we would do that. You see, Tom is on if we have any questions for him. Okay. So if there's any members of the public that are on Contrite that wish to speak at this time for this item, you can raise your hand in the virtual queue so that we can see that.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. There's a virtual raise a hand.
Yeah.
We see you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Fizza Khan Stewart. I am a resident at 3612 Country White Lane. And I do have a couple comments regarding all of the issues that Miss Meredith had spoken about. And so I just wanted to say, Miss Meredith, I think you really summarized exactly some of the issues that we had been facing on the street, because you had mentioned that our street essentially dead ends to what looks like a private driveway. And that private driveway is actually the city's right of way. And so a lot of the times we're just seeing people stopping right there at that sort of juncture and then reversing, and then they just reverse on the street and then they back up into my driveway and then they go on their way. And so I think a part of why that is such a problem additionally is because there are signs in the city's right of way that are indicating that that is a private driveway and there's no parking there, there's no turnaround there. And so we, as the residents in that site right by the city's property, I feel that we experience the maximum amount of individuals turning around, driving into our grass and then coming into our driveway. And so I know that there was some, there was an issue raised that perhaps the comments that were made at the last meeting were hyperbole. And so I just wanted to indicate that my husband, Mr. Richard Stewart, actually has been documenting all of the issues that we've been facing. And so we have just a plethora of video evidence that is timestamped and dated to indicate all of the traffic, all of the things that we've been experiencing. So if it would be of assistance to the council, I would be more than happy to compile all of that evidence together and then provide it to you so that you can have an accurate and factual description of what is really going on with regards to the end and the turnaround.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilmember Rosinger?
Yes, there is more parking for the barbecue place that they are not utilizing. If they move the boulders back and utilize the allowed variance request by council that has been approved, they would have more parking coming off of Brody. Oh, I'm being corrected.
So that they are currently putting together a watershed development
Okay.
permit that will come before council.
Okay.
That will most likely include the variance. The variance that was granted to the farm.
Yeah.
And it was a different site. So they made improvements to the site. Staff, basically just essentially stopped work order, all of this, work had already been done. So they're currently in the process of compiling their watershed development permit with new calculations. Using the existing, pond that was put in by the previous owners. But they're putting that together now. It's taking, takes a long time. And so they will come before council, hopefully, they're hoping to get on the agenda soon. They just got to get the plan to be then reviewed by city engineer. But then that will allow, we basically asked, there's been some conversation, can they give us temporary approval for the permit, but there's really not precedent for that.
So help me understand. The
Yeah.
previous owner asked for a variance, got it, granting them more parking space on their property. When they sold the property, that didn't transfer?
Well, the site,
And it's different layout.
the site is very different. Now, there's been significant changes to the site. So, just for example, like the pool has been completely filled in and now that's like it's on a DG, it's DG and yeah, DG area. So there's just been significant changes to the site. And maybe if Barbara could. Barbara, could you weigh in? So, and because I believe I discussed this with you, essentially, the owners of 6218, they're a new, restaurant group, they're Slav and Nomadic. They are at 6218, which is the site of the barn owned by House and Curling Center. House and Curling Center had several variances, and one of which was for impervious cover, because again, the ETJ, we only have jurisdiction over watershed and fines. So they asked for additional impervious cover or additional parking. However, that was for that specific site. The site plan has been changed since the new owners have taken over. So does that variance transfer, even though there's been significant changes to the site?
Possibly not. I'd have to take a look at that. But I don't think that, I mean, it was site specific and it was under that particular special use. So they're generally, I mean, they don't transfer.
All the other variances transferred, so why wouldn't the last one transfer?
I'm sorry, which variance is transferred? So
When they asked for the original parking, when they asked for where the food trailer said,
but it was the same applicants and every time they came in with amended site plans. So there were site plans to go along with, because of, their business model changed, right? And they kept changing, and so they came back and asked, and there was really a new submittal every time.
And so in this instance, they came to council and they asked for additional parking.
yes,
That parking wasn't available. So we have a new owner now, and they have a completely different layout for the property and parking as well. So it can't transfer over really.
okay, I heard you. Now I'm gonna go to legal. If I bought that property and I was told when I bought the property that there is variance for additional parking on this property, but I didn't utilize it at the time, but then later went to utilize it, could there be a lawsuit?
It was tied to the site plan that was turned in at that time. And if it's not in that same location, no.
Even if you bought it with the understanding there's more parking?
But the parking was tied to a site plan.
Yes, but they haven't,
Okay,
you have made
okay.
some modifications on the property.
I'm gonna do one little time out here.
Okay.
Please help me tie in the barn with where we are on this.
I was gonna say that as well. I mean,
I mean, I'm not trying to not answer your question,
No, I understand,
but
I'm trying to understand why the variance wouldn't have gone with the new owner.
And then potentially if there's existing parking at 6218, which is the corner lot of Country White Lane. If that parking is not being utilized, would that help some of the traffic?
That's it, that's where I'm going with this.
But we are kind of doing.
And I don't know if we can find.
Bit of rabbit hole.
I'm not sure if, the complaints aren't so much about the parking, like people parking all the way down. Mag's done a really good job. They put a big sign that you can go park next door. So they've been really trying to work on that. I think the issue is, I mean, people who are parking in the parking lot side are entering in. It's the ingress and egress out of the street.
But they wouldn't be over there if they parked over on the property. That's where I
The
was
new
going.
layout line has exit onto Country.
Ah, something I didn't know, okay.
So, yeah, I was just gonna say, we were in charge of watershed, and so we were just not trying to be nice, but recognizing that they were trying to run a business there and increase it, and they were gonna mitigate and stuff like that. Like, what happens after that? I don't understand how any knock-on effects become our fault. And it sounds like maybe that isn't the problem, that people park there and then they drive down the road and all the traffic that causes somehow is our fault. It's not. It's just not. I'm semi-sold on the safety issue about fire trucks going down and not being able to turn around. I actually asked a firefighter, I said, wouldn't you just drive into, if you got to turn around, just turn around. They're like, we never leave the road because they don't want to get stuck. Right. So that was a nice learning experience. So, you know, I'm more sold on that, but I am going to be, shouldn't cuss, but if we're going to pay for like even half of us, because it is safety, yes, but are we going to make all of the city of Austin or everything in the ETJ like super safe? If it should be Travis County kicking in some money. So I think that should be like the first thing, just beat down their door and just say, safety is an issue on one of your streets, you know, buck up and, you know, kick in some money on this. And then from there.
Well, real quick, because I want to follow up with something that the president mentioned is one additional next step is that it sounds like there's some confusing signage at the end of the street that's on city property, and we can get those signs removed and make have clear signage that would help redirect traffic.
Temporary, this is also saying some temporary solutions that we also kind of work on. Possibly removing the wall a little bit, maybe put up more of a, you know, I don't know what you would call it, like a game style fence off some of that area to make it look like you can drive into it. And definitely take some of the signage down, because there is a sign on one side of the street that says like, our property, do not enter. And then there's a sign on the other side of the street that says, this isn't private property, you can enter, turn around. Or something to that nature. And so I mean, Chief, isn't that correct? I mean, or did they pull some of those signs down?
It varies. Sometimes there's homemade signs, cones, at any given time, it's pretty confusing to drive down the street. Sometimes it looks like construction or something is going on, but yeah, at the end of the street, it says you can turn around. And there's a sign, don't turn around in the yard, and so you can. If I were driving through there, it would be confusing. I don't know how much of it is tied to the nomadic or even to the back when it was the barn. It's hard to know. Do people think it's a cut through to get to Mopac, you know, or is it people that are leaving, you know, the club there, the restaurant? Because Travis County actually gets a call to go there. We go there. If there's something in progress, we'll go there first, but the little day-to-day nagging that the residents probably put up with, or the things that irritate them, the county's responding to them, and I doubt that they actually come out, they probably handle that over the phone.
What's the approximate cost of this?
When we were doing the load up turnaround a while back, that was about $8,000. That's going to be up now, obviously. So I would probably put it at probably $100,000.
Okay.
Around there. I could.
I just assumed it'd be.
I know, it's just perspective.
It may be a possibility for some of that.
Possibly for some to be street.
Yeah.
Which is our healthiest fund.
Which is very healthy.
We go back to public comments, just so we make sure we get input from everybody
They'll never
who's
get
attending the meeting. And if there's, first we'll start with any other residents on Country Right that are attending the meeting that wish to speak. And I don't know if we have a way of seeing those. I don't
Maybe it's all of that.
Sorry, can I say something real quick? So 80, 100, whatever, but is that including when they put the sidewalk on Jones in front of our house, the city put up a fence,
Yeah.
you know, just to kind of, that was like the what made it okay for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, mitigation. the mitigation here seems like 10 feet of rock, that seems expensive.
Well, it's actually, we're probably trying to collect the existing rock that's there. And it's a gated wall, so it's not a super expensive style wall. And so, there would be some additional funding that would be needed for mitigation. We didn't have that issue really because cul-de-sac was mostly going, if there's an existing cul-de-sac there and the extension of the cul-de-sac was going into the city's property, so we didn't have to mitigate a residential house from that.
There's a way that we can.
Let's just ask one, because I don't think we have the little virtual raise hand.
Right.
So if there's any residents on Zoom that wish to speak, or any participants on Zoom that wish to speak to this item,
However, they're all muted, so
you'll just have to, you'll just have to unmute yourself and state your name.
Is there a chat?
Yeah, I can send a chat.
Or they can say in the chat if they want.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First, I want to just say thank you for bringing this up and we really appreciate that to have a voice. I'm Lou Schaefer. I live at 3609 Country White Lane. I understand the money. I understand all that kind of stuff. What I don't understand is how somebody could take possession of a piece of property that is larger than most city lots and put signs in front of it and his mailbox and all the rest of the stuff and just basically make it unpassable. I think I would pay for a light to go on the post right there at the entrance to that right of way. I think it's $25 a month to do that. It's not very much. He needs to move his mailbox and he needs to move his signs. I think those are illegally placed, honestly. That I can't put signs on my right of way as far as the nomadic, as far as people not parking on my property. I can't do that. That's a right of way. I just don't understand how that happened. But I want to say thank you all so very much for giving us a voice.
Thank you. And then other members or other residents that wish to speak, if you want to unmute yourself, you can do so at this time. We also have one person attending that wishes to speak as well. All right, so we can go to the podium.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 weeks, also a member of the Public Works Committee. I do support the solution of the Public Works Committee as presented. I don't support jumping the queue. And I would like us to see where all it is. If it is in a decision process, being the best time to move on it because of costs and we find funding for it. But I do think that there should be a proper order. I also do agree with the resident who just spoke that there are a lot of things we can do signage-wise on our city property to solve this. In terms of being the residents, if you drive down without that wall, Country White Road, you will run straight into his front door. I actually walk the property. And so it's it would be like, having a freight train hit your front door if we don't mitigate. So I think it's really critical that we either say, here's all the rock residents, and you can build your wall, or we build a wall. But I think we need to do something because you're going to just have light after light after light after light hitting that house. If we do not create enough of a barrier, you see the rush. I sat for after this all happened. I went and toured the properties, and I looked at the streets and did all that walkthrough. And it is a direct line from his front door. I can see the traffic like this one on the road, and that's as it is now. So I would want to do it, and as you start churning traffic in there, and then you go like that, all in a circle without some sort of mitigation, that's a real challenge for that resident. And so I do think we need to do something wise, a significant height wise, that would deal with the immense amount of traffic that we're putting on that person's property. So I think that's important if we proceed, that we do something, even if it's just say, here's the rock, you know, if it comes down to that, and they do something. But signage wise, there should be at least 2 no outlet signs. One before they hit the street, that we say, you know, this is the no outlet street as you come in, and then right past nomadic. Those are 2 no outlets that I think would help. Because then people won't come down the street in the first place if they're trying to go to MOPAC. And then if they forget because they've had too many years, there's another one saying you're not going to be able to escape. And so I think that could help. We're also parking most of those people in the public right of way along that fence, because I like them, I like going there, but that's all city land that they're all parking. I mean, if I pulled in to go have my chai, which is very tasty there, and their delicious breakfast tacos, I'm parking in the city right of way. I'm not parking on their property. I'm parking in our right of way. So that's something that I just thought, as a person. And so I don't know if that's part of the plan, but those were all factors that I saw. And I think that there could be, we talked about no parking. I think Mr. Coyson had a lot of discussions about how he wanted to have some no parking signs on there. And I think, I don't know how the residents feel about that, but I thought that we suggested in Public Works that we poll everyone as to what they thought was a good solution. I think that there's immediate things that we should do. One, and that wall is dangerous as is, you know, just as a city liability, it was another thing we discussed. And because you don't really see that, it's not lit. So if you're out there drinking, it's like, yeah, you know, you don't know what you're doing, you can just keep going down that wall. So I think there's a whole lot of safety things on our property that we need to do, whether we build this or not. So those things are not expensive. So even just say you can have this rock, you know, if the city was to release that to Joe and say, here, dismantle it, you could do that. If we would just, because we've done things like that before. So that's just a thought about immediate things that we could do. Even before we build it, is dismantle the wall, allow the resident whose property is close to have the wall, because it's consistent with the other rock on his property. So it would make it look nice. And then, you know, come up with a plan. But those are things that I think are really important to consider. And I think if you haven't walked that, you should. It's an incredibly narrow street. We talked, it was the cost of doing the whole road that was objected to. The reason we're doing the 2-inch line is public safety. We don't have enough water pressure to deal with the fire, and that's a significant thing. So that's the reason that we actually got folks moved, because they've been wanting us to do that road instead of us for forever. I'm the lone voice, and that's the only way I got it through. Thank you.
That's very good.
I'd like to make a suggestion that staff go and do 3 things, which we pretty much are, just to have them on the record. 1, go to Travis County and see if we can get additional funding. 2, to give us a good cost estimate of what it would cost to do the turnaround. And 3, come up with your suggestions for mitigation for our residents who will be at the end of the road if we were to do this project. And really a 4th thing, which is what are your recommendations for signage and other things that we can do in the meantime?
So the temporary solution.
Is that all reasonable?
I think so. If we need more rock, isn't there some rock available?
There is, but, and actually.
On Pillow Road.
Rock. We're not going to use rock. We can improve the rock. Or he starts to expand the part of it. So we know how.
Any further direction to staff that might give us time? We expect this to be coming back at some point, more information for us to consider.
Is the mitigation there, what was communicated with, I'm sorry, was that part of your 3 things? I was in the process of.
Yeah.
Yes, come up with
Mitigation.
recommendations for mitigation.
Yeah.
And work with Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
get on here. To get a compliant turnaround, we would probably put that mitigation and the landscaping easement on the edge of that right of way, basically. So that it would be, and that's so that we have some space to put actual good stuff there versus, you know, it'd be on.
How common are misspellings in these documents? Because his last name is Poison, right?
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
Poirot on the,
Maybe it was, yeah, and autocorrect or something.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that's.
Any further discussion on this item, council? All right, well, I appreciate staff putting this information together. I also appreciate the residents of Countrywide, who weighed in on this and brought it to our attention. So, we gave direction to staff to, and if it's trouble hearing anything, we gave direction to staff to come back with more information based on the discussion. And so we'll be reviewing this item again at a future date, and making sure that residents are continuing to be informed about the next step as we evaluate, you know, going forward with any changes to that site. So council, with that, we are at our last item, which is an executive session item. So at this point, I could like a motion to move into executive session.
So move.
There's a second.
Second.
All those in favor of moving to executive session to discuss city facilities project closeout and any litigation for S. Wilson versus City of Sun Valley? Yeah.
Aye.
All right, so we're going to move to the executive session, and any action we take will be done. Return to public session.
I know.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Oh,
Yeah,
there's more. I'm gonna have to say,
oh,
I meant to text them that we're gonna.
oh,
We are, well, we're gonna, hey, Tom, we're gonna make a motion that. Yeah, we've not to make a, right, okay. All right, are we good to go, Matt, as far as resuming? We are recording.
Do we need a motion to continue? the meeting?
Yes, all right, we're returning to public session at 9:06 PM, and I think it's one motion that we're gonna be taking. And we'll begin with the reading of the language from city attorney.
yes, I would ask that you consider a motion recommending payment with regard to the city's facilities as indicated by the city engineer, as well as acceptance of the bond as already discussed.
So move.
Is there a second for that?
I will second.
3 seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Oh,
Our motion is approved.
something going on.
And with that, we are not making any further actions tonight, so.
Wanda, you second it?
I second.
That's already
Yeah.
seconded. And so we are done and we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move. I like
Is there a
that.
second?
So
So
moved.
number one.
Man,
All
you're
those
really
in favor
getting
say
good at that. Aye.
Say nay. All right, we are adjourned at.
What's that?